This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
A warm welcome to all our viewers here at andBeyond in Ngala, and we are currently looking at an hyena. Now there are a few around. Some have already moved into that cluster of trees just in the back, and this is where there was a whole pride of lions that killed a buffalo the day before. So come join us as we venture off on our live safari here in the African bush. Just wanted to show all the viewers this beautiful sunrise. So after the hyenas, we're probably going to start heading down towards where those lions were yesterday and that killed, to see if they are still in the area. But how incredible is this? Now, early on in the morning, beautiful sunrise. You can hear the birds calling. There's this fresh breeze blowing. And just going to be a lovely day here in the African bush. I'm NIKKI, going to be your guide this morning. And on camera, we have Gert. Now, just to give you a bit of the layout of the land where we are. So this is a nice open area right in front of us. And from here on, we're going to head down. So remember where those hyenas, we saw them earlier on? So they were more or less on this side. We're going to loop around and eventually go back to where the last area those lions were and hopefully see if there's any signs of them. So I'd like to encourage all our viewers, please send in those questions. And hopefully we'll be able to answer them. If we don't know the answer, we'll try our best to get back to you on it. But for now, let's carry on with our drive. So as I mentioned, it's such a beautiful morning. I can hear the crested francolin calling in the background. I can also hear some helmeted guinea fowls. And the excitement of not knowing, are those lions still there? Maybe after feeding for quite a while, they would have started heading down towards the river to go and see if there's maybe some water to drink. Because most of the waterholes in this area have dried up. So if they do move away from this carcass, they'll have to move quite a bit in order to get to water. And most likely, if they head down towards the river, they'll have to find an area where the elephants have actually started digging for water. Else, they won't be able to find any in this nearby area. So I'm sure if there's any direction, you can see the landscape almost looks like it's sloping down in front of us. That's more or less where they'll be heading off to. We are also enjoying burning sunrise here at one of the highest points on Pride Lands called Eightspan, an old wagon point where people would have set up on the highest point in the area. Absolutely gorgeous, as you can see, nice and golden and orange. It's going to slowly rise above the gloom and brighten our day into something quite spectacular. Who knows what today will bring, but hopefully something great. Hi, my name is Mike. Behind the camera is Odie, and you've joined us at Pridelands Eco-Training Conservancy. And as I said, we're on the highest point here. We're hoping not only for a sunrise, but also that we might hear the lions that were calling in the north of our concession a little bit earlier. We haven't heard them again. It's quite often the case that as soon as the sun is up, the animals, the predators anyway, start to settle down. So hopefully they will settle down somewhere where we can find them as we wend our way northwards. Look at that. Absolutely fabulous. Piece of broken sickle bush there, damaged by an elephant at some point. Megan, I'm glad you like it. Do you know, there was never a sunrise that I didn't enjoy out here. They've always got something special about them. There's always something to make you stop and think. Sometimes it's the best way to start the day. Maybe you've been having a bad dream or something, but as soon as you see that sun rising and you know it's a new dawn, a new day, a new life, and I'm feeling good. You see the clouds there as well, wisping across the sky, often a sign of weather changing, those streaks across the sky. So perhaps we are getting ready for some interesting weather coming our way. It was certainly quite a warm wind this morning, a bit of a berg wind coming from the mountain. So hopefully that's going to bring us a little bit of raindrops, I think, later next week. Fingers crossed for a little bit of that.
Good morning from andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where we have managed to find a beautiful big giraffe bull in a magnificent landscape. My name is Damon, and behind the camera is Craig this morning. It's a little bit chilly, a little bit windy, but we are still out. You can see I'm wearing a thick jacket. We're going to go in search of some cheetah and hopefully some interesting birds and some hopefully some new tree species, some new bird species for all of you. In the meantime, though, this giraffe bull keeps on moving along, moving from tree to tree in search of food. And off he goes behind some thickets there. So as he disappears, I think Craig and I are going to keep on with our morning, make our way towards a big open clearing out to the east, where last night there were 2 young cheetah that were seen. We're going to go and see if we can catch up with them.
Good afternoon, and good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back here at Djuma Private Game Reserve, where today's temperature is 19 degrees, 67 Fahrenheit. So we're now looking at this beautiful antelope around here, where we saw, now we're following on probably the old Pride of line, but no luck. Just gonna still try. So my name's Andrew, on camera, that's Neil this morning. So that's how we're going to be working around, check whether these lines have ever crossed back south again. So yeah, this looks like it's a whole bunch of kudu in this area, which they don't look threatened. And of course, if they ever see something or smell something, we know for sure they'll be worried too much running around. But then you never know. For us stopping here, it's just because, you know, lions, they have experience of hunting. Sometimes they would wait long enough, you know, for them to get a chance. You know, they ambush. If it's not possible, they always wait until it's possible. So this is what makes me stop in this area here, have a look at these antelope, what they react. You know, it's kind of a open sky today, so it's not wind at all, so that's really helps for these animals as a kudu. They're all able to browse, but again, they won't smell far. So if there is a predators around here, they might actually get closer to them. Kuta Creek, you're right. I agree, you know, it's such an elegant animal. And you look in these ears of them, and now we're looking at the female, you know. The female don't grow a horn, only males does that. When you see this beautiful horn the males they got, it's curled up, but, you know, wider long enough, and they use them for fight as a bull. And also protections, but the females don't really have them. See how she browses. It's kind of a very, early morning for animals. They have a lot of energies. They would move along. It's kind of a new shoots that take place in this thicket. And they will go after that, browse. Well, these antelope, specifically, they prefer to browse than grazing. And they feed on herbs, which is a new shoots of plants on the ground. They can take grasses if it's possible, but they mainly, as you can see how they use this, shift the chop end of these branches. Now she's looking at us. Isn't that beautiful? So we will check the northern boundary here, see how we get around. We'll leave this antelope.
Well, hopefully you'll find something, Andrew. We've been lucky and found tracks already first thing this morning, and it's my favorite thing to leave camp and find these particular tracks, because this is a track for a female leopard. Now, I'm thinking that it should dilute just based off where we're walking. But what's really nice about this track is there's so much detail, because the sand in this particular area is perfectly soft. And we'll get into that shortly. But before we do, my name's Tristan. On camera, I've got BK this morning. And like I say, this is the perfect way for us to start. But I'll start off with the most sort of basic parts of this particular track. But if you have a look here and here are the really kind of big clues that it's a leopard. You can see the pads at the back here. This is a nice kind of beautiful, crisp, clear track. You've got the toes over there that are in that track, and that gives you an idea, leopard. Now, the other really cool part about this track is if we come towards this side, is you can see this is where the tail was. So you can see this kind of line that was over here. So back legs coming out like this, tail over here, and then the bum went around and came forward. And then where she was sitting, if you look here very, very carefully, you'll actually even be able to see the fine little lines in the sand that is from her hair on her belly and her legs. So she's basically left, because the sand is so soft and so powdery here, you can actually even see the individual little fur markings where she was lying down, which is super cool. It's not something that you get to see all that often in leopard. And so I'm excited that she's got them here. From here, she was lying down. She walked all over the place, and then she's gone up, and you can see her track on the edge of the road over here and going up in that direction. So we're going to try and follow it and see if we can find who this is. I'm hoping that it's going to be Shadulu.
Jumbo, and a very good morning. Welcome to the Masai Mara of Kenya. And it's true, Tristan, the best thing to do is just to follow those tracks. You never know where they may lead to. My name is David, and with me on camera is Bungay. Now, we are very happy because we're going to start with something unusual. We have always started our drives with lions, but we're going to start with some canines this morning and just see what we got for you in that particular den. These are pups of the silver-backed jackals. Sometimes we call them black-backed jackals. And they've got a den right here. It's a very cold morning here in the Masai Mara today. 16 degrees Celsius or 61 degrees Fahrenheit. And I think that's why these pups are already out of the den, because it's not as chilly as it was yesterday morning. What's wrong with you? Oops, there's something that's making her rather uncomfortable. If you look on her back carefully, she doesn't have that clear coat that gives them their names. Silver-backed or black-backed jackals. And in these canines here, you'll get the female having 3, sometimes up to 5 pups. And either eating grass. We have seen many predators, even lions and cheetahs, wild dogs, hyenas at times. If they have any discomfort in their tummies, we have seen them eating grass or leaves, which will always enhance them to vomit if they ate something that was not right. Now, I've counted 4 pups at the moment. We've got 3 out. We've got those 2 there, and the one that we saw, like, was trying to vomit. And not sure where the mother is or where the father is. But if you look at the one on the right, she's so determined to feed or to eat the grass. Of course, it's not part of their diet. These are carnivores, ideally. They'll always hunt for themselves as much as, jackals look small. We have seen jackals hunting lambs of impalas. They'll catch small little birds. When at this age, they'll eat eggs for the ground nesters, like the lapwings. Hello. Remy, in general, you'll get these pups at the age of 6 months, say 4 to 6 months. They'll be comfortably able to eat meat. And of course, they're trained to hunt small things like scrub hairs. If they get any chicks on the ground from lapwings or other birds that will always, other nesters on the ground. And sometimes you've seen the mothers hunting for them and bringing them the kills in the den. Because until they're that age of 6 months, the females will not allow them out of the den. Of course, they'll be very vulnerable to other predators. She still looks very uncomfortable. I don't think her tummy is right. And every other minute, it's like she wants to throw up. Not sure that you heard that. Those hyena whooping from a distance. Ooh. And that's where you saw them turning their ears like the bat-eared foxes, which are like satellite ears, because they got very acute sense of hearing. You can see how they move their ears. At this age, hearing is very important, but they remain very close to their den. Anything goes right in seconds, shoo, right into the den, and that will be the haven for safety. Tushan, you're asking, when the mum leaves the pups here, how long does she go? It depends on how far she has gone to get food. It depends on her success also. But they do not take more than an hour in general before coming back. If anybody or any predator would be a concern to these pups here, would be snakes. We've seen snakes like cobras sneaking in these termite mounds or in these dens and trying to get these pups out. Or occasionally, we have seen honey badgers or monitor lizards trying to do the same. But of course, when these pups are young. So very quickly, she'll go forage, get some food, and come back to the den, just to make sure these pups are safe. It's rather difficult now to tell males from females. And remember, we're coming to you live from the Mars Imara, and comments and questions to hashtag WildEarth on Twitter or at FC in the comment section of the YouTube chat channels. The young ones, kids' questions at WildEarth.tv. We'll be very happy to keep talking.
So have a look, we were able to find this pride, and they're still around the buffalo carcass, but this is the, listen. It sounded like this male was about to call, and he just stopped. I wonder if he's not looking for the three lines here. So it's that big male, and then two of the oldest females within the pride. And you'll see there's not much left on this buffalo carcass. So I just wanted to listen. It sounded like that male was calling again. But if he does start to roar, I just want to be quiet so we can all hear that. But we can't really see him at the moment. He's just moved into a dense area at the back. Just want to take my binoculars and have a look and see if there's another lion possibly lying down the back. No, it's just the stump. But so these two are the older lionesses within this pride. And how we know that is just basically if you look at around their ears, if you look at their body, and especially their faces, you'll see that they're not as those younger ones that sometimes have a few less scars and the ears aren't as torn, as you can see with this one here. But notice the patches or the patch of blood just underneath the ear. And also all the scars around her face. And what she's trying to do is, because there's only a little bit left on this buffalo, she's trying to peel that skin back to get to some meat in between the ribs. Sounds like that male starting to roar. Just listen. He's just stopped now. But it might be that if he starts, these lionesses are going to join. See this one on the left, how she's pricking her ears and constantly looking to the left. Now that's what I'm saying is I hope in this early part of the morning that there's a good chance that if he decides to roar, because remember the pride's not here, but then once that happens, sometimes the pride will join into the roar. And that's what we're hoping for and hoping to see, especially early on this morning. Hear them panting quite heavily, and it might be because they're so full and now lying down on that full belly. You can hear them very short of breath. I can hear some Franklin's alarm calling in the back, and it might be some other members of the pride that are on their way down towards where these two are. Might even be able to hear the crunching noise. Brigger, they, with something like a giraffe, they might eat the skin around the ossicones, or even if there's maybe a small animal where the horns are really soft, they'll be able to do that. However, with something like a buffalo like this, there's no way. They'll eat around it, but normally even with hyenas, they won't even chew the horns, because it's a keratin sheath around it, and inside is bone. So there's not a lot of meat just for them to try and break open that horn to try and get into it. They'll rather open it from underneath the horn, or even maybe from they'll feed they'll feed off the whole head, but basically leave the horns. But sometimes if you do drive, especially in the bush, you'll find a lot of the carcasses where the horns are still intact. Now, even on the scene, we have the lions here, but there's also a couple of vultures that have moved closer to the nearby trees, waiting for these lions to move off so that they can come and get some of the scraps.
Very warm welcome to the vast and magical land of Tswalu Kalahari. My name is Carl Ansell, and behind camera is David. Very warm welcome. So we thought that for this morning we would come to the eastern side of Tswalu, and we would lay out a blank canvas for this morning. And we'll just allow the Kalahari to show us what needs to be seen. It's really nice to have that POA sometimes, just going out there and seeing what presents itself. Beautiful little bird that we saw. We actually had it perfectly in frame. It is starting to move around. This is an eastern clapper lark. And something that myself and David really want to focus on this morning is the wonderful display of this bird. It's quite remarkable. I'm not going to give too much away. When we do get lucky, we will be sure to show you guys. So what we're going to be doing for now is just heading east and then focusing on these little feathered friends of mine. And hopefully we can show you guys something magnificent. There's another one on the right here that David's hearing.
From Alak to cranes. And not sure in Tswalu they got the crown cranes as much as got these birds in most parts of Africa. Great crown cranes. And I'll pose a little question for you this morning. Might have done that before, maybe every other day, I'm sure. We get new viewers. This bird here is a national bird of a particular country in Africa. Please let me know what country that is. This bird is the national bird of what country? Hashtag WildEarth on Twitter or in the comments section of the YouTube channels. I'll be happy to hear your answer. Now, these cranes here are omnivores. And being omnivores, they would eat both anything green and anything carnivore-like that they would catch. My guess here, male and a female, sometimes rather difficult to tell them apart, just like secretary birds. To me, the one on the right looks a little bit larger than the one on the left, and if that's the case, that is the male. Sometimes the little red what you see on their neck, the male one is slightly bigger also, and sometimes slightly also brighter than the one of the female. That's the only way you tell the difference between the male and female apart, was from when they are mating. But one of the best courtship dances, when you see the male especially courting the female, just ostriches would do. Once they mate, you'll get the female laying about 2 eggs somewhere near water. And the youngsters, once they hatch out, when they're like sub-adult, they still don't have the black and white. They'll have a lot of brown plumage in them. Sorry about that vehicle which is also coming to enjoy the cranes. Well, I leave these cranes here because I've got plans to look for that baby elephant that I have not seen maybe today for the 5th day straight and see how she is progressing.
I hope David is able to find a baby elephant. They are absolutely adorable. But back with these lions is you'll notice these two sisters have moved quite close together now. And I wonder if there's maybe some part of the buffalo where there's a bit more meat in comparison to the rest of the carcass. And because of that, they've moved closer together to try and get to it. But you'll hear now and again some snarling. And groaning. You can actually hear it now faintly. But that's just them now. Like, even though they are sisters and they have that close relationship with one another, there's no table manners when it comes to food. It's every lion for themselves. Just look at the size of that belly. And now what she's doing there, she's actually just pulling the skin, maybe trying to maneuver the carcass so she can get to a different spot. She's she's actually done it quite well. She's turned the horns around so she can get to the other side under the horn. And that's the thing, because they don't know when their next meal is going to be, they're just trying to take everything out of this carcass before they eventually leave it. And then from there on, the vultures will come down, the hyenas, as well as the black-backed jackal like we saw earlier this morning. We remember up in the Masai Mara, we saw some black-backed jackal. There are a few lingering around here. I just can't see them at the moment. But now and again, there's one that will peek its head through to see if the lions are still here and then move off and go and lie down just a bit further away. I can hear a lion roaring in the distance. Let's see if these are going to respond. Listen. How incredible is that? Wow, so that's a male that just moved into a denser area, and from there on he started to call, and first we heard another lion calling, and that made him respond. I wonder if that's not his brother that was calling earlier on. Just hear these two crunching away. And the chances are very good that maybe even before this afternoon, every bit of this carcass is going to be cleaned, and these lions are going to start moving, probably going to go join up with the rest of the pride. And then from there on, early on, remember we saw the hyenas, they'll come through here, and all the bones and basically everything that they can get, they'll take. I won't even be surprised if there's, by the end of this, if it's only the head that's left. And maybe part of the vertebra. Listen. Sounds like that male got up and he started moving. It all depends. I mean, there's a lot of variables in it, because sometimes lions will move a carcass into the shade, and then it will stay fresher for longer. Sometimes it'll be in the open like this. So basically, as long as they can possibly go, I think it would be safe to say if a carcass was out like this, it would normally, it can go up to 4 or 5 days before they'll eventually won't finish it. But the chances are very unlikely for a carcass to get that old, because normally when it starts smelling, the hyenas will come and finish it off. But for lions, maybe if a carcass has been, or an animal has been dead for at least over a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, and they move past the area, they'll avoid it. But depending on how hungry they are, sometimes the young males, if they're kicked out, they basically scavenge and chase any other predator off their kill and do everything they possibly can in order to stay alive. But I'm going to sit here for myself and Gert for the next little while and see what's going to happen to these two lions, and if the rest of the pride are going to join up, or if they're going to go join with the rest of the pride.
Greetings everyone, and welcome to this morning sunrise safari here in the Masai Mara. My name is Tim, or you can call me Tim LEPERES. Behind the camera we have Big James. So we have a bunch of bachelors here, impala bachelors. So they've been here for a little while. Impala males will be ousted out for when they're about the age of about 2.5 or 3. So they'll stick around together because the dominant ram in a herd will kick them out. So this will be staying here until where they are strong enough to go and oust the dominant ram in a herd. So this creates a big bond, especially when they hang around together. And because there's a big number, then they could be able to watch over for predators. So you can look at those two. They're rubbing the face scent or gland on the face, which is a social bond that they keep at this time. You can see the horns are not as big compared to a dominant ram, who will be showing you later. So I can put them to an age of about 2.5 or 3. That means they still have a long way to go since they're still young before they oust a big dominant ram. So at this time of the year, nothing much is happening because we already have some impalas that have some young ones. So these guys have to wait until next year maybe or a year after before they go and oust a big ram. So they hang around together because the big dominant rams have their own territory. So they keep these ones out of their territory. So once they intrude or into a dominant ram's territory, they have to be submissive. Submissive means lowering the heads like you've seen right there while walking into his territory. Because once the dominant ram sees that they're not submissive, he will definitely fight them off and try to keep them out of his territory. And sometimes it can be fatal and ends up to death. So they have to hang around together and make sure that they have to respect the dominant ram. So it doesn't mean that only the young ones or the young rams stick around together. Some of the big dominant rams that are ousted from their herds join these young ones because he is not as fit enough to go and kick out the dominant ram. So out here, I think we have one of the big ones. Look at his horns. He seems like he's been ousted out in the last mating season. So he'll hang around the young bachelors, and for sure that will be a good sign for security. Most of the times you find that leopard kills have impalas, and those ones are the ones that hang around together, by themselves. So this guy sitting down there will be in a good position because he has a watch from these other impalas. See, he's fluffing up his ears. He's making sure that he's listening from all directions. Look at the ears flapping, facing away from the wind, making sure that nothing comes around at this time of the day. See, he's chewing his cud, means that he had been eating the entire night or maybe the early morning. So we're going to stay here for a little while and watch what he's going to do.
Phinda, it didn't take too long. Craig and I have managed to find this cheetah on the airstrip, and it was all thanks to those giraffes, which we'll show you in just a second. But there's the cheetah lying in the middle of the tarmac, looking very relaxed. But just to come back to the giraffes on the left here, this is just what we saw as we approached the airstrip. We could see all of these giraffes, and even from a distance it was easy to tell that they had spotted something. Just look at that body language, how they're staring down at the ground. And there's quite a big group of them here. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 8 giraffes within sight. There's only about 5 or 6 of those giraffes standing out here in the open, busy looking down at this cheetah. A sure sign that there is something nearby when you see giraffes, or often a sure sign. The giraffes standing around in the grass like that. And looking through my pictures, it looks like it's one of the new sub-adults that have been recently introduced here. I can't see if it's the male or the female, but listening to the guides that were here yesterday evening with these 2 cheetah, well, I don't know where the second one is for now, but apparently they were looking very skinny and very hungry. And so I'm sure if we spend a bit of time here, it'll only be a matter of time before they do try to hunt something.
Beautiful. So, giraffe, they're also one of the very interesting animals. The tallest animals on Earth. I mean, looking at this giraffe that we just find now, and they're also one of the striped animals. It's called plain zebra or Burchell zebra. When you look at these species of zebra, of plain zebra, of course, you will look at the mini zebra, and all have a stripe. But these specific zebra, they have a shadow stripe. If you look between black and a white, in a white, there's another little faint stripe. And some of these stripe can be sometimes this shadow stripe very, very faint. You don't see much of them. So it means that these animals, their stripe pattern, their stripe marking are unique. Not all look the same. But, it's beautiful warming up for them. Looks like all survive here. I was checking the boundary. These lines across north, there's no sign of them crossing back south. So, then it's the update for the lines we were trekking on. So this zebra are going to make their way down to drink. Possibly, maybe this morning later, or during the day. And that's how they do that. They drink daylight. They won't go down to drink at night at all. It's one of the stallion there that I can see licking one of the female. So this is the one of the male. Usually stallion, they're very identical with thick neck. And then, of course, kind of little flat belly than, hanging belly. Usually the female will grow those. But also you can able to tell looking at under the tail, the female have a thick stripe, black stripe, under the tail all the way down. So the male would have a thinner stripe. That's the male. But they are, they have a system like horses and donkeys as well. They don't chew a cud at all. Look at these ears, right? I can tell you this animal, they're very good in hearing, they can hear better, sense of smells, but sight as well. And when mainly they see danger, so they blow their nostrils very hard. That's the warning. And that warning to warn everyone, not only these species, but the other species, such as a giraffe. We're talking about giraffe. Giraffe also like to hang around with zebras because it's a lot of benefit between these species. In terms of safety, giraffe, they have advantage of a tall neck, and of course they can see far, where these small animals cannot. And it's amazing things when they're together. See, giraffe, they don't really mainly alarm call when they see danger, so they do a lot of movement, back and forth. Very same place. They walk back and then they'll go back to the very same spot where they were. Makes a lot of animals to be aware of that giraffe might be seeing something until they spot the danger. So that's what giraffe can help in terms of, warning signal. But of course, they can blow their nostrils, but they then mainly make warning call through their vocal sound. Beautiful man on that zebra, always mention that. Fiber, eh? So how many different species of zebra? So it's quite a few. In this area of the whole entire Kruger Park, part of the west, much south, north, plain zebra or Birchall zebra that the species will find. I think probably about 4 or 5 different, if I'm not mistaken. If you go to somewhere, in Masamari, might find another different. So there's a mountain zebra, grave zebra, Hartmann zebra, and of course mountain zebra and this species, plain zebra. So there are quite a few different. So we don't have WildEarth here, where those are, same family kind of as a donkey things. They're a family of equidae. So they're not actually an antelope at all, and they're not bovine. They're equidae. So they're far apart from there. But of course, and family generation, it's a lot of difference of this, species of zebra. Of course, compare these two, or horses or donkey, any of a zebra, you can able to tame them sometimes, but you cannot actually make them to work. Such a work that donkey can do, and the horses carrying a heavy weight on their back, these cannot. And they have a weak back, but I can tell you they're faster in short distance. So this is what they are. You mainly find them, in very open area because they prefer short grasses. When now it's going to be a time where everything's going to be thick, grass is going to be tall, and it will be harder to see a zebra, I tell you. So they mainly disappeared, and they go group up somewhere where it's open enough for them to be able to feed. They aren't really like densey bushes, things like that. But that's why, when they're with the zebras, when they're with the wildebeest, with giraffe and those animals, and they feel comfortable because you got animals which they would actually, browse to actually, open gap or space for these animals to able to roam around. But that's not going to happen when a thicket takes places. It's not such a chance for that gap the animals can make for these animals. So they have to move up into a very open, where you would find 40 that can actually group into that number because they're not territorial. Males, different stallion, different dominate. They can group up together. Like what you see, on that migration of wildebeest. Wildebeest male, they, territorial when it comes to, migrations. That doesn't really count. Everybody has to get up there, cross that dangerous river. We're lucky enough, our zebra here, they don't get to that far away, so they stick around all year round. So let's, move on, see what we see what we find this morning.
Craig and I have just repositioned a little bit with this cheetah here on the airstrip. And That be the young female. And interesting that she's all by herself. I don't know where her brother's gone. Apparently they were seen nearby to this area last night, both of them together. And it may be that he chased something, or maybe they even both tried to chase after something earlier this morning, and they got separated. And she's come back to where they were last together, and maybe he's still in the bush here somewhere and will emerge a little bit later to come and try and find his sister. At this age, these young cheetah, recently independent from their mother, they will be quite reliant on each other in terms of their hunting. They still haven't quite honed those skills to be able to hunt effectively by themselves. And so the two of them being together, they'll have to support each other to catch enough to keep themselves alive. And like I said, they apparently looked very, very, very skinny last night. It's tough to see from here, just with the cheetah lying so flat. And of course, it being a naturally sleek animal, tough to see how full or empty that belly is. But it's incredible to see, when we arrived on the airstrip, we came in from the other side, the opposite side. We're kind of on the one far end, the far northern end. We arrived from the far south, the far southern end. And normally around the airstrip, there's plenty of impalas and inyalas and warthogs and all kinds of herbivorous animals that come out here to feed on the short grass and to take advantage of the openness of it. Of course, being in a very open area, they'll be able to detect danger early on. And that's why many animals like the impala like to spend time in the open areas. And there wasn't a single impala to be seen. It was quite eerie. You almost sense that there was something amiss. And of course, that suspicion was confirmed once we found this cheetah. Carrie, you're asking how sharp cheetah's teeth are. Well, Carrie, cheetah have got obviously quite a few different kinds of teeth in their mouths. They've got their big canine teeth, which they'll use for gripping and then for grabbing their prey's throat. And those teeth just, I suppose, have to be sharp enough to pierce the skin. But Carrie, the teeth that are really, really sharp are the teeth in the back of their mouths that they use for cutting meat. And I don't know if you were able to watch our show yesterday morning, Carrie, where we were watching a mother cheetah and her cubs busy feeding on an impala. And there it was quite easy to see just how sharp those teeth are. All that cheetah's got to do is turn its head sideways and just chew on the meat or on the hide of its prey, and it will slice through that hide and slice through that meat like a pair of scissors would. So, very sharp, Carrie, I suppose is the answer. Interesting, though, that this young female cheetah, because often when there's two siblings together that have obviously grown up together, spent a lot of time together, if one of them gets separated, they'll call frantically for each other. But she's not doing that. Quite interesting. Of course, also with it being the case where it's a female and a male, once they get to a certain age, they're not really going to, normally within a few months of not really, normally within a few months of them out. And perhaps that's already happened. And that's why she's not calling.
Alrighty, coming over our first dune, sun in the right position. We had this being displayed in front of us. How beautiful is that? The sun shimmering and shining on all these little spider webs. And that is remarkable. Look at that. So in the central part of the picture there, you would find that's a beautiful web that's been constructed by a spider. That would be the main tool used by spiders to catch insects or various prey items. But then you can also see these little strands waving in the wind. And those little strands are from spiders that want to, let's say, jump ship. They can actually allow the silk that's being produced from an organ called the spinnerets. We're found within the abdomen of the animal, and they can produce this long strand that basically gets taken by the wind, and they want that strand to touch or anchor onto another point. And once that strand is anchored, they then tug it up, tie it down, and they can then move from one tree to another. Spiders also use silk to, believe it or not, in let's say not really truly fly, but they can actually be found nearly a kilometer up in the air from these strands that they let out. It's referred to as ballooning, where they manipulate the end of the actual silk strand, and they let that silk strand out as long as possible. And once there's enough out, obviously the weight of the strand being pulled with the wind, that little spider just lets go and whoop, up and away. Really remarkable adaptation. And silk is a very versatile product that spiders use not only for capturing prey, moving location, they use it for wrapping up potential meals and storing it. They use it for, you name it. It is a really amazing component and a very, very strong natural substance found. We are actually trying to copy the chemical structure to produce products. Really, really strong material. But how is the light? Absolutely magnificent. A very, very good morning to everybody. Please, any questions or comments, make sure to let us know. For our young ambassadors, kids questions at wildearth.tv, hashtag WildEarth. Oh, Godfrey, what type of spider made this little web? I was actually looking within the tree now. I can't find the little spider. I'm going to do a little bit more search. Hopefully we can find it. But you have a lot of spiders producing these beautiful radial structures to capture prey. Spiders in South Africa are broken up into two different groups. Either they'll be found within trees making these beautiful webs, or you'll find spiders actually inhabiting terrestrial environments where they would be using also webs for various means. But we'll take a look over here. Hopefully we can find it.
Beautiful. So I think we didn't actually move too far away from where we just had a zebra, and in these beautiful trees here we now spot two butler eagle. It looks like a pair, as you can see there. Actually easy to tell between a male and a female this bird, where the female looks like she's on a, from my side, on the left, and the one that's printing is the male on the right. So a lot of white on the female, but a lot of blacks on the male. And narrow wings. As they look away from us, you can see the one with a lot of white on their wings, it's a female, but the one with a lot of black, almost the edge of these wings, are males. So these birds eat carrion. Mostly, they can eat crabs, insects, everything they come across they eat. So they compete sometimes with vultures in a carcasses. So they can also fly during their hot. That's how they hunt around for their prey. And then, of course, they can feed on a lizard if it's possible. But, they have a beautiful red face. And when they're younger, they're kind of brownish, they're brown in color. And they still have a little red on their face, between their eyes. But when they reach anything from 7 years, and this is where they change color slightly to be an adult, and they have to turn to that color we're looking at right now. And I call them short-tailed eagle because, of course, they have compared to their wings and their tail, it's shorter. The wings are longer. Even when this bird perching in there, you can able to tell, especially on that male, all you see, there's a piece of feathers coming out. You hardly to see the tail. And this is probably where they were sleeping the whole night here in these acacia trees. So they always pair. Sometimes you find one, but then maybe could be female males somewhere, and they always pair. And they actually very excellent on. They have a beautiful call as well, and they're more likely to found near water, and this is where they drink sometimes. They spend a lot of times edge of the water, look for anything possible that they can find. So the air-wing spanner, it's about 177 centimeters long. So it's, of course, that bird can weigh anything from 2.24 kg. I mean, it's a heavy eagle. So they're not actually true eagle, just because of their talent. So their legs not actually covered with feather. So it wouldn't be kind of that. So they're between. But of course, you now talk about brown snake eagle. Also, they have scaled leg just because of what they hunt. They hunt snake, and they don't want to be beaten on their legs. So their legs, it's very rough scale that snake cannot actually penetrate through with these fangs. And they still kill snake and things like that. But this is not actually capable of hunting snakes. So they always your whiskey is true. I know they're looking away from us, but you're right. I also agree that they're so beautiful, especially with their color they got. When you see them in flight as well, you're able to identify them. Their wingspan, when they fly, you can see how big it is. And then you always identify them by looking at the short tail they have. And I don't mind flying in a heat day, very, very hot day, but 40 degrees, and they still fly, look for their meal. And then a lot of time, wherever is vultures and things, they're always involved. Because they're scavengers, also they steal. They can wait for a thing to happen, same as the vultures. So they're beautiful animals, this one, or birds. Look how I look around.
Welcome back to andBeyond, Phinda. Welcome back to andBeyond, Phinda. And the giraffes are all scattering all over the place. Now, of course, she bears no threat to them. But just the fact that it's a predator running towards them, and the other animals, the nyalas are running, the zebras are running, she's caused chaos.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. See what you got here, a female ostrich. So this female ostrich just by herself. I don't know where the mate is, but sometimes during these times of the year, you find them alone, but in the winter month, you find them sometimes in big flocks, like 5 to even up to 50. So difference between the female and the male is that the females have like the gray feathers on their body, and then the male has the black feathers with the white tips. Now, how many species do you have in Kenya? We have 2 species, So this is called the common ostrich or the Maasai ostrich. Up in the northern Kenya, we have the Somali ostrich. So both species, the male have black feathers, white tips, and the females have gray feathers, but only it differs with the neck and the legs. So the Somali ostrich has a bluish grayish color on the neck and the legs, while the common ostrich has a pink neck and pink legs. So male ostrich will form a territory where the females will hang around sometimes and also get them into his territory. So this is very interesting to see because she's walking around. So our ostrich diet consists of grass, matter, and sometimes invertebrates. I've seen even sometimes them swallowing grass and including some rodents and even snakes at times. So during the month of December, you find that they come into the mating season. A female, who we sometimes call the alpha female or the brood female, will lay a cluster of eggs, and sometimes the other ostrich around that vicinity will come and lay their eggs around there. So it's interesting to find that the alpha female will always put the eggs in the middle of the cluster, and that will make her chicks, when they hatch, to be hers. And sometimes when the other ostrich come into around the brood site, she chases them away. So these two, the male and the female, sometimes take turns to brood or to sit on the eggs. So the female, because of his color, she will lay or sit on the eggs during the day, and then the male will sit on the eggs during the night. Now, I can tell you these ostrich are very fast and very aggressive. I was one time when I was young herding cattle, I came across a cluster of eggs. So I happened to pick one, and I tell you, it was one of my most memorable day because I was chased for about 100 meters until I had to drop the eggs. So I couldn't believe that this bird like this could chase me like that. It's actually referred to be one of the fastest on two legs, second from the cheetah. So she's walking away. Maybe she's going to find a mate and see what she's up to. So we're going to leave her and see what she's going to do as we wait. Come again, I didn't get your question. How full is an ostrich? Sorry, I can't get your question again. I'm sorry, I'm getting difficult getting to understand your question. Come again, please. Oh, an ostrich is about, let's say, 1 and 2 meters, 2 meters tall. I'm 6 feet, so which is, the ostrich is a bit taller than me, so I'd say about 2 meters tall. So this one is not yet into his breeding plumage because you can see it's a little bit gray. When they get to the breeding plumage, they tend to be more pale and pink on the neck and legs. So that is how you tell when they are ready to mate. So she's walking around, and sometimes when they're walking, they flush out some rodents. I've seen them swallowing even grass rats, which is very unique of this kind of birds. And also they swallow rocks and small stones, which help them digest food into their stomachs. Look at how majestic she's walking, which tells you that she can run very, very fast. It's very strong legs. So what are the predators of ostrich? Ostrich can fall prey to cheetahs, especially a coalition, especially males. And sometimes they can fall prey to lion. Being alone like this, she has to be very, very cautious whenever she's walking. You can see she's walking in the grassland where she can see from all directions. But then that doesn't say that she's prone to predators. She's very, very careful and very fast. So as she walks away, I'm going to turn around and see where she's going to.
See it. Alrighty, we have been running around here. We're just trying to, obviously a big blue sky, we're just trying to locate this eastern clapperlock busy displaying. David's basically got a needle in a haystack, a little bit higher, it's going almost above us there. So this is an eastern clapperlock displaying, and if I can explain it, it's flying vertically, it's coming right over us, David. You're going to have to turn around. Sorry, guys. We're just going to turn the camera around very quickly. It's coming to the right position now for us to see it. And it's flying up vertically. And on this vertical flight, it flaps its wings so quickly that the tips actually tap or clap with one another. Almost in the sun here. And this is a mechanical form of noise that the bird makes. Birds make song, and then they also make sound via mechanical. So this would be either the wings or wind rushing through the feathers. We will get it. You got him. Oh, yes. Alrighty. So on that flap going up, clapping, 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 and then he has this little drawn-out whistle that he'll give on the descent. And this is a male now busy displaying against all the other males in the area. Really remarkable display. Well, we're running around frantically and a few seconds ago because there's so many of them calling around us, but getting one where we can get it locked on camera is a difficult task. Oh wow, look at that. Clap, 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 and then that little whistle. Fantastic. So in the beginning of the show you would have seen the bird, a very uniform brown pattern, and that enables the bird to blend in with this grassy, shrubby vegetation, cryptically colored. So the bird would have a uniform color with blotches or stripes on it, and that allows this bird to blend into this environment quite well. Larks and pipits, when it comes to birding, is a really exciting form of birding because it becomes such a challenge to ID some of these birds, especially in this habitat. And then to make things trickier, you also have variations depending where you are in the country. So variations in call and as well as pattern or color. So if you're in the eastern section of South Africa, you have a few bird species that are fairly light in color, and as you go further to the east, they start changing. It's what we refer to as a geographical variation, and the color becoming a little bit darker.
Craig and I have managed to finally catch up with this cheetah after all the chaos that she caused, and there's a bit of a surprise. She started to call not long after we found her, and her brother has just come out of the bush. So brother and sister reunited. And just looking at his tummy, he actually looks like he might have eaten something. I wonder if he didn't maybe catch something small, which is why he's been missing. And remember earlier we were speculating that maybe that's why they'd separated. Maybe they had together tried to chase something and in the process gotten separated. It was very inconsiderate of him not to call his sister, though, if he did manage to catch something. They're both staring quite fixedly into the bushes there behind them. And we did catch a glimpse of some impala in there just now. And I wonder if they're not maybe thinking about trying to start to stalk into there. Unfortunately, with these cheetahs still being quite young, their inexperience definitely shows. Like now with that Ngala, it was out in the open. That female didn't even bother to stalk it really. She just started to run from a good couple 100 meters away. Basically running between the legs of the giraffes to go and try and catch that Ngala. Doesn't look like she exerted too much energy though. Doesn't look like she exerted too much energy though.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes we get these technical issues. You'd imagine us broadcasting from the African bushes, but the good news, look what I got for you. Elephants having a drink. And this is one of the best behaviors of watching elephants. I mean, elephants will always keep you engaged, busy, entertained the whole day. But my best bit to watch elephants is when they're either playing with water, swimming in the river, or in a lake, or just drinking. Listen as they splash the water there. How cool is this? Tswalu Kalahari and a hammerkop just flew past them. Of course, the hammerkop's not here to drink, it's here to feed. So listen how they scoop the water using their trunks and then straight to the mouth, and some of it spills down. Leanne, elephants drink lots of water, and I'm sure Leanne, they also eat a lot. 150, kilos, 300 plus pounds in a day. A fully grown adult elephant, Leanne, would take about 50 gallons of water in a day, 50 gallons. And that it depends, of course, on the age, size. Is it a bull? Is it a cow? Is it a youngster? Is like a cow that's pregnant like that one there, Leanne. I think she's pregnant according to me. I'm not sure whether she is the mother of that youngster there. If then she's the mother, I highly doubt she's pregnant. But it's about 50 gallons of water per day. They spread out the drinking in a day. So they might, for example, now say take 20 gallons, move on, keep feeding, stop at another one point, take another 10 gallons, another 5 gallons. But in average, it's about 50 gallons of water in a day. This is the African bush elephant. We've got another species that's called the African forest elephant. And what is very important for them, because they also eat so much, helping them in digestion. But too dirty water. Did you see what she did there? That water was full of mud and she just splashed it out. How cool is that? Let's see what she's going to do. What are you doing exactly? Are you trying to dig yourself to cleaner water? These animals are very intelligent, and either she's trying to get the muddy water out and get into cleaner water. Elephants have been known to dig water for other animals, but here we've got a small little spring that has clean fresh water. That's what she was drinking before. Either she already had so much, it's like every time she's digging deeper. Just keep quiet for a couple of seconds for you to hear the splash. It's very muddy water, because the water flowing to me is pretty clean. Oops. She's scooping and sucking so much water in her trunk. Yeah, that's what is clean there. My guess is she already had enough. So basically now she's just playing with water. Do you want to engage the other youngsters to play? Let's see what we're going to do. That's why I said, I've always said many times, elephants are my favorite animals, and this is one of the reasons.
Well, from David's favorite animal to my favorite animal. As you can see, we have the little princess up in a tree, and she's a clever girl because she's got a kill there as well, which is really good news. Now, it's not the leopard that we were tracking. That leopard went further to the sort of southwest. She's just south of Gari Dam inside the Mulawati. And she is as happy a kitty as you could possibly imagine. She managed to grab herself a nyala last night, which she's hoisted in the most monstrous of jackalberry trees. How she got it all the way up there, I don't know, but it's a testament to how strong she is even for her size, because if you look at the size of her in relation to how long or how tall this jackalberry tree is, it gives you an idea of just how much strength a leopard has to be able to haul a carcass plus their own body weight up a tree as far as she has. So she's done an incredible job to do so. And now she's just, well, reaping the benefits of being able to have a kill in a tree, is that she can have a really good nap and kind of slowly feed off it. The only problem for her is that she's going to, at some point, I'm sure, be interrupted in this particular area. The Mulawati, close to Gari Dam, is an absolute highway for the various leopards of this area, particularly the likes of Mulawati, and we know Tandi comes here, we know Shidulu sometimes is even in this area. So the chances of her kind of attracting the attention of another leopard is pretty good, especially because this tree, being so tall, is quite visible from a long way away. We see it you can see it from Twin Dams, you can see it from Gari Cutline side, so any animal that's moving on there will be able to spot that and kind of move into this area and potentially take it from her. So she's going to have her hands full being able to keep it, but at least it's out of the way of hyenas, which is already a good start. And given that today is going to be so hot, I suspect that she'll at least have the whole day to be able to feed off that carcass. Isn't she pretty up there? It's that quintessential African kind of leopard look, is this beautiful golden spotted coat draped on this horizontal branch. That's what everybody always thinks of when they think of leopards. And funny enough, it's actually not as common as people think. Most of the leopards spend their time on the ground in this particular area. It's not a place where they need to be up in trees because of tsetse flies and various other insects. They can spend a lot more time on the ground, and it's also up to the individual. Some individuals prefer being on the ground as opposed to trees, and others prefer to be up in the trees. But you don't see them as much as people actually think up lying and sleeping like this. It's generally only when they've got carcasses, and that's particularly true of the males. Male leopards, being big and powerful and strong animals, very seldom are up a tree unless they've got a kill that's dangling from those branches. But I'm intrigued by Tlalamba's behavior of late because she's been calling incessantly, which obviously we know that when female leopards call, there's two reasons for it. One is a territorial thing, and secondly is a attracting mate situation. So what intrigues me about it is that she is calling a lot, but normally when you're in a territorial or a mating situation is that they call and then they will march on their territories and they will try and figure out or mark and tell everybody else that this is my boundaries, don't come in, this is where I'm territorial, as well as obviously using scent mark to do that. And then for mating, she's going to call and move until such time as she finds a male and attracts a male to her. But with Tlalamba, over the course of the last, I would say 2 weeks, because when I was here a week ago and even now, she's been really kind of localized into a very small area. She seems to be just hanging around this Mulawati, but for not a very long stretch of it. And the reason why it intrigues me is that in some ways, I'm wondering if it's possible that she maybe has mated already and is starting to feel like she's pregnant, and this is her setting up a potential area that she could den in. So maybe that's what we're seeing more than what we're seeing that she has or she's trying to mate already. Maybe she already has. We know with Mulawati it's tricky because he seems to mate when nobody's watching and silently and then disappear again. So I wonder if maybe that's what's happening. She's hanging around the exact same areas that she was kept as a little cub. She's gone to pretty much in the last few days every single spot that she was. Is that they'll often utilize a den that they were actually put in as a young baby, and so maybe that's what she's doing, is she's starting to just try and really establish herself in a place where she thinks is going to be the best for her to raise offspring. So that could be more what we're seeing, or there's maybe just Mulawati is here a lot more than we know and we're just missing him. But generally with that you find a track for the male, and we haven't found any tracks for him at all. Helen, you're asking why is she panting? Well, very simply put, it is hot today. It is now 7:30 in the morning here in South Africa, and it's probably already in the mid-20s Celsius. So it's going to be a very, very hot day today. It's going to be over 90 Fahrenheit and about 34 Celsius. And so that means with where she's lying at the moment, the sun is hitting her square on, and because it's been the start of the day, the wind hasn't really picked up until now. We're starting to see a little breeze starting to blow, and so that means that she needs to be able to regulate her body temperature when she's lying in the sun like this. And so how she does that is she basically expels air through her mouth over her tongue that is covered in saliva. Now, as the hot air goes over the saliva, evaporation, and evaporation has a cooling effect on the blood in the tongue, and it helps to cool that body down. The other reason that she'll be breathing quite rapidly is because if you look how she's lying with her stomach compressed against that branch. So she's been eating, which means her stomach is full, and she's compressing the stomach, and so that means that her breaths are going to be much shallower because the lung space to expand within that cavity of her, or abdomen cavity, is much smaller, and so plural cavity is actually the right word, and so she's not getting as big or as much oxygen as she normally does. So that, coupled with the heat, is why you're seeing a very rapid breathing rate. And funny enough, she's not panting just yet. Her mouth is not open that much. When a cat is really, really hot, then you'll find that her panting will increase exponentially. And you'll see that her mouth will stay open, and you can actually even hear them panting from this distance, which is pretty crazy. Right, well, we're going to hang out with Tlalamba for probably a while and see what she gets up to.
So it's very warm where Tristan is with Tlalamba. It's not as warm over here where we are in Pride Lands, and there's a couple of dwarf mongoose that are taking advantage of the sun. There's a little bit of a cool breeze. It's not cold, but it's cool enough that the dwarf mongoose are just out in the open, sunning themselves, and they were having a bit of a grooming session and just enjoying this nice soft morning sunshine. Oh, scratch that itch. Sometimes you just got to scratch. So you can see these two are close to this little small termite mound, and you can see a few droppings around them. So this is obviously a termite mound, or not really a mound, but a termite hole, which is being used regularly by these dwarf mongoose. That's probably one of the places where they've just taken shelter for the night, and now during the day they'll all get out again. So I'm not sure why there are not more mongoose here. Normally they're in larger families. It's quite possible that these two got separated quite late in the afternoon and just taken shelter here. I'm sure at some point today, if they have been separated, they will then join up with the rest of the group. See those tiny ears? They spend a lot of their time underground because that's where they take shelter. They also dig. They do a lot of digging for grubs and scorpions and beetles and all sorts of small things that they can feed on. Unlike the leopard lalamba, which is a solitary hunter, these dwarf mongoose are in big families, much more like lions, actually. Critter Freak, these little dwarf mongoose are some of the most fun animals to watch, especially when they all join up together and they're grooming and tumbling and fighting. They're really, really interesting to watch. Quite often we see, lions and other big cats, the stuff which people from all over the world want to see on safari, but they spend a lot of time sleeping, and it's quite boring to watch sometimes. Not boring, but not as interesting. And these little things are always doing something to wow us. And they're also very cute, and so get so close to them, I've always wanted to habituate a group of unrelaxed mongoose and just spend time with them and then get them to be relaxed with us, just to see how long it takes, how does it work. I know that Tswalu, there are the meerkats that are super relaxed and come right up to people. I wonder if mongoose would do the same. A meerkat is a type of mongoose, very similar. Also big families, similar lifestyle, similar food and habits. This one looks like it's about to fall asleep. Maybe it's too early yet. Hasn't had its coffee. Just wants to sit there and watch the world go by, which is always a wonderful thing to do in the morning. We're actually just sitting at Leopard Dam. Last night, one of the landowners here was doing a very late night safari, and they did say they saw a lioness drinking at this dam, and then she headed west, which is sort of to the left of your screen there. So we're just sort of sitting at the dam here, wondering whether we'll hear something or see something now that it's, quite early in the morning still, and still quite cool. Maybe we'll get some indication of something else moving around. Also very close to our weeping boar bean, so we'll go and have a look at that in a moment and see if there are some colourful birds also sitting around in that tree. This mongoose is my spirit animal. It's doing exactly what I would be doing on, let's say, on like a day off. Half asleep, sipping some coffee. Perfect morning. Well, let's see what else this morning brings for us.
So we left those females at the carcass to follow this male, and he decided to move all the way to an area near an open clearing. Now you can see the tree behind him is throwing quite a lot of shade in that, or there's quite a dense patch of shade in that area where he is. And this might even be where he's going to settle down for the day. You'll notice the leaves are moving, so and also look at the grass in front of us. So there's a breeze blowing. It's nice and cool. It's a vantage point over an open area. So if there had to be something moving from this open area to a dense area, possibly towards the river, he'll be able to spot it. You can see the way that he's panting. It's definitely because of that full belly of his. I do love the colors on this particular male lion. You'll notice he doesn't have a very dark mane like most lions, probably around his age, but he has more of a lightish color, and especially around his mouth as well, and just below his nose you'll see very prominent patches of white, and on the side of his chin there. And the only real dark patch of mane here is the one behind his shoulder blades. And the other day we saw that other male, remember, near one of the water, there he's like turning around. He's had enough of us. He's just thinking like, this is nice. Look at how bulged that belly is. So it's a nice place for him just to go and lie down. He's in the shade and there's a cold breeze blowing over him. I won't be surprised if this is where he's going to be settling in for the rest of the day, only later on to go and join up with the rest of the pride, or even those two females that were around the carcass. So what I will do from here is I just want to spend at least another couple of minutes with him, see if this is where he is going to settle, and then from there on, maybe go back to where the other two lionesses were sitting or were feeding off that carcass. Nancy, with low-ranking lions, so basically what I've noticed is I do know there's a lot of theories about it in terms of it's always the males that eat first, and then the bigger females, and then lastly the cubs. But basically how they sort out the hierarchy is just who is capable of getting or fighting the others off or pushing the others off to actually get to the carcass. And sometimes the bigger males, of course, because of their size and how intimidating they are, they push the other ones away so they can feed. But I have seen it before where a male lion would feed and then suddenly a cub will move in underneath him and then start feeding. But then again, reverse that, where I have also seen where a male lion will then chase the younger cubs away, especially when he is feeding. So it all depends on probably how full that male is going to be, or the other members if they do make another kill. However, it's mainly the strongest, probably the most intimidating ones that will feed first, and as soon as they finish feeding, the other ones will get in. But it's just competition. Whoever gets there first and is able to keep his spot on that carcass is the one that will stay there.
Well, little Columba, as we thought, was getting too hot, and so she's now dropping down the tree. You can see her just behind that particular branch. It's been quite fascinating watching her jump down. She actually jumped from the right-hand side of the tree, that V, to the left-hand side, across that, managed to gain her balance, and then she's dropped down onto a lower branch, and from there I think she'll just come down slowly and land on the ground and go and find herself some shade. I don't think she really wants to be out in the sun at the moment. I think she's hot and bothered, and is not really in the mood for a sunny, bright spot on the branch. The problem that she has is that there are hyenas around, and so when she flops down, they might come and give her a little bit of a chase, and she might have to just trot off somewhere. But for now, she's decided to stop in the one place where we can hardly see her, which is delightful. And just giving herself a little groom as she comes down as well. Amazing agility that these cats have. Like I say, the fact that she actually got a kill that high up onto that side of the tree is absolutely staggering. What are you doing, Columba? Why are we stopping to groom ourselves there? And it doesn't look like there's a nice branch for her to lie on there either. It looks as though it's kind of just a little spindly sort of offshoot. But maybe she's found herself a little spot where she can just kind of nestle up against the tree and use it for shade. Like I say, there are hyenas around. There's two different hyenas that are milling about at the base of the tree. There's one there, which you can see is hardly visible. And then there's another one just at the bottom right of that in some shade. Most of the animals at this stage are already looking for some semblance of shade, given the heat that is already around this morning. I'm hesitant to move because if we do move, she's probably going to pop down and we'll miss it. So let's just wait and see what happens. What are you doing, girl? Isn't it amazing, though, how they can balance on these ridiculously small branches? If you look at that little branch that she's leaning on, I mean, it's not even a branch that is alive at this stage, and she's managing to put her weight on it and balance quite easily. So, Andreas, you're asking about male and female leopards and differentiating between them. Well, the easiest way is that a male leopard is just that much larger, if we're talking adults. So an adult male leopard is going to be almost double the size of a female leopard. He weighs in this area anywhere between 70 and 80 and 90 kilograms. Some of them have even gone closer to 100. So in pounds, that would be 160 to 200 pounds. Whereas a female leopard in this area is typically anywhere between sort of 40 and 50 kilograms. So 100 pounds. So you can give you an idea of how much of a weight difference there is and size difference there is. But essentially, if you're looking at a young male leopard and a female, what you're going to be looking for, which unfortunately is really the only way to tell with 100% certainty, is you're going to look for the two golden nuggets under the tail that they have. And that's the only real way that you can really kind of see with a 100% certainty when they're little. Males do develop thicker and bigger shoulders and bigger head, but if you have very little experience with seeing leopards a lot, that's going to be very tricky to pick up with the naked eye. You really need to have spent a lot of time with leopards to see the size difference in them immediately when you see smaller leopards. So really the only way is to look at the testes under the tail. Are you going to lie down there? She is, isn't she? Or is she coming down? I can't see her. All I can see is a tail moving. I don't know what she's doing. It's quite funny when all you see is the tail kind of draped around. There's no head or anything else. Crazy that she can hide behind a branch like that. Okay, I think let's just go back, because either way it's going to be easier for us to see her coming down if we move back a little bit. Vika and I found ourselves a nice little shady spot here, so just got to try and negotiate my way out of it. I think the other reason why she wanted to come down is that there is a very annoying squirrel that has been shouting at her incessantly. And so I think she's just getting irritated with being shouted at and is now rather trying to kind of figure a way to get out of the squirrel's eyesight. You might have heard it chattering away there, Lundeka says that you have. So it's not the easiest of areas to negotiate. There's a couple fallen over trees here, so reversing is got to be done with a bit of delicacy. There we go. It's better. We can at least see where she is. Her descent is not going to be all that great, but her visual for now will be good. I wonder if she's not going to actually lie there. You can see there's a lot more shade on her body on that particular branch. No, we're going to go down, aren't we? No? Look how she's just ended up lying down with those two paws and her bottom. She's almost sitting. She's so funny. I love this cat. She makes me laugh a lot. That's crazy. Super cute. All right, well, we'll carry on staying with her and see what she gets up to. Hopefully she's going to find herself a comfier spot than that. Dave, come in.
Yeah, Talamba, I think, is a very clever leopardess, and she makes, in general, very correct and good decisions. Now, I cannot believe I've been going round in this particular area for the last 2 hours, round and round, looking for these girls, and until 5 minutes ago is when I have found them. My heart kept telling me they're not very far from here, but I couldn't see them. But now one of them just stood up. Then I saw the other two, and this is the River Pride. As much as the front one there looks a little having like a snoozy, but the one you saw first and this one there behind the front female, they're looking in the direction of some prey from a distance. 4 days ago, they brought down a huge male buffalo, which I thought I gave these girls lots of respect to have done that, because to bring down a buffalo, it's normally not easy. And my thinking, since that buffalo, they have not had another kill, The total pride currently has 4 females, 4 calves, and 2 males, and dominant male and a sub-adult male. And I think they're due for a meal today or tomorrow. From a distance, from where they are, they're just looking at 2 buffaloes that I'm going to show you, and they're feeding next to an ellie, and maybe in their mind, that could be their next target. In that swampy area there, you're going to see the 2 male buffaloes and maybe a lone bull elephant. Definitely they'll not be going for the elephant, but possibly one of these 2 bulls. They did it the other day. I'm sure they can do it again. So the cat regress as usual, enjoying and benefiting to eat from those huge mammoths there. We'll bring you back to our lions again, or our lionesses, because one that was sitting upright has changed her position, is facing a different direction. Marge, very good question, and you're asking any news on Jasuri. No news as yet. The only good news for me is that I have not seen her now for 5 days straight. And Marge, that means Jasuri is on the move. And you remember she was adopted by a bigger family that were taking very good care of her. My only sad news is that I haven't seen her. I would want to see her, take a couple of pictures, talk to her if we could. But the good news, which I think are much more important to you, to all of us, is that Jasuri must be mobile and still with the herd she is with. So what we'll do is maybe this morning, before we finish the show, I'll keep looking for her. And if, of course, not this morning, in the afternoon, I'll be out again looking for her. This body language tells you these girls here are looking for breakfast. They'd go for another couple of days, without worry. 3 more, 4 days, and they'll still be fine. But knowing one of the females here, the one with the short or the one with half tail, has the 4 cubs, definitely she needs to eat to be able to lactate the 4 cubs. Now, the 4th female that's not here with these 3 is definitely taking care of the 4 cubs. So these 2, they still got their eyes on the buffalo, and the one on the right is maybe looking for an easier prey. Last night, they very closely brought down a warthog. A warthog just came on the way where they were napping, so they had not planned for it. And one of the lionesses, the one I think in the middle there, that's the one with the half tail, gave a chase, but they were not very lucky. But looking at them as they are now, they look to be in top condition to me. And I'll bet you don't see them talking per se, but they communicate a lot with their body language, and I'm sure there's something going on in their mind. A lot of elephant grass that you see in front there. And I want to spend a few more minutes with these lionesses. And possibly, if you're lucky, we'll see the lioness with the 4 cubs.
So we left that male and decided to come back to see if these 2 lionesses are still around the carcass. And they are. You can see the one is now pulling the skin near the neck, trying to peel it off. Or maybe there's even a little bit of meat under the skin, and that's what she's trying to get to. fast the light on this lioness. See how, if you look at her left paw, how it's actually pushing against the horn of the buffalo so that she can anchor herself, so that when she needs to pull, she can actually use that strength in her neck to pull away either at the skin or maybe little chunks of meat off. But it looks like she's just feeding off the skin at the moment. Thought maybe earlier on she might have just pulled it away to get to something, but it does look like she might be feeding off it. You can see how she's moving it to those back carnassial shears just to cut it, like very similar to how we would cut something with scissors. So she's using that back part of her mouth to cut it, and then if there's little chunks, then she'll be able to chew it and swallow it. What I'm amazed at is that I can just imagine when the whole pride was here, how they would have been fighting over this carcass. Now, this whole area has a lot of grass around, but you'll see this whole patch around the buffalo, there's barely any grass around. And that is because as these lions were fighting over the carcass, moving it, pulling it, lying around, they basically opened up this whole area, so that's just a patch of sand. Just have a look at that. And the exciting part is, eventually when these lions decide to move off, is to see then how the vultures are going to come into the carcass, how the hyenas are going to come, how the black-backed jackal, just all these different scavengers just waiting for this opportunity.
It's the same thing on this side, is that there's, well, not as many scavengers as probably is that around that buffalo, but we've got hyenas that are patiently waiting. It's probably why Tlalamba hasn't come down just yet. I mean, she can't be comfortable the way that she's sitting at the moment. You can see her tail is kind of dangling, and then her 2 feet, and she's sitting like I suppose we would sit if we were to find a branch, and then her front legs are kind of just balancing her forward. But it could be the fact that hyenas are around that's deterring her from actually coming down all the way. It's quite comical though, and you can see the size of that tummy now, is what we were talking about earlier, when she's lying on those branches, and why it compresses so much is you can see the roundness that she's got between the legs. It's being pushed up, which makes breathing a little bit more tricky, but it is really warm for a cat that is full and covered in fur. It's not exactly a cool morning, so I can sympathize. It's often the way one feels after a meal that was far too large. She's almost falling asleep while she's sitting. You're a silly cat, you know that. She's absolutely beautiful though. She's grown into such a pretty leopard. There's so many kind of similarities between the lineage that she's come from. So, I mean, her looks are not quite like Tandi's. She actually looks a lot more like Karula in a way, from a similar age. Especially when she was a cub, she looked a lot more like Karula, but as she's developing, she's obviously got these beautiful light-colored eyes, which is different to Tandi. Tandi's eyes are a little bit more yellow than what she's got, and that coupled with that little pink nose, she's an exquisite-looking girl, that's for sure. What's interesting this morning was that there's been zero tracks for Tandi, and we're not that far from where we left Tandi last night. So I'm surprised that no one's picked up any sign of her, given that people have obviously been coming this direction to join the sighting. I would have thought somebody would have found a footprint for her, but maybe she hunted a little bit when we left her last night, and then she went back into Torchwood, back to the cub. I'm not sure. Maybe this afternoon we'll have to go and check around that area and just see if she's potentially kind of gone back that side, or if maybe she was successful and the cub has come this side with her. I love Hesse. So male leopards that she could potentially mate with. Probably the prime candidate would be MULLER. This is typically where he's moving around these days. He seems to have pushed Tingana slightly north, So we're not seeing Tingana much at all, but Tingana is also a possibility, given that he's been mating with Nsele recently, and we know that she sometimes goes into Buffelshoek and towards the northeastern corner of Djuma, where Tingana seems to be frequenting these days. So those would be those two on Djuma. I suppose to the west, she could also pick up Hukamuri and mate with him. And then if she goes deeper into Buffelshoek and slightly further north of where we are right now, there's two males there that she could potentially mate with, which is Matswiri. And he is the dominant male, well, not dominant, but he's a male that's being seen more regularly towards the sort of northwestern side of Buffelshoek, so around the gate and north of there. And then there's Klangula, which is another male that comes out of Manyeleti. So it's a number of different boys that she's potentially could attract attention from, but the core of her territory at this stage really lies within Mulawati's territory. And that's not the worst thing. It's not obviously not great for us because we don't see Mulawati a lot, but he is a different genetic, so if she had been mating with Tingana, she would essentially be mating with her father. As far as we understand it, obviously it's not been confirmed yet. Scat samples for her have been sent, so we're waiting for the DNA analysis on those to tell us who her father is, but we suspect that it's Tingana and it's most likely him. And so obviously mating with one's father is typically not a good idea. All right, well, we'll carry on sitting with her and watch her as she makes herself incredibly comfy on that branch, and we'll see if she eventually starts to make her way down.
The beautiful Coronaberg mountain range does provide constant eye candy for us, but then also an invaluable habitat for multiple species, including one that's busy doing a little sunbathing right now. David's going to get nice and close. Oh, there's another member. Hello. This is a Hyrax rock dussie. Very, very beautiful little animal. And the habitat that's created here from these rocks is perfectly suited for these little animals to seek refuge, especially at night time. They are diurnally active. Oh, good morning. Oh, and very alert, just like the meerkats. Keeping visual tabs for predators is very, very important. And if there's any type of threat, these animals would dash into the nooks and crannies that these big boulders create. There's a few predators that will take them out. Anything from a leopard, caracal, a large lizard that we find in South Africa called a rock monitor lizard. Also snack on one of these little guys, and as well as aerial predators, so something like a martial eagle or a rose eagle owl would happily pick up one of these little guys for a meal. So being in a group, once again, safety in numbers, very, very important. And there'll actually be a very, very distinct and strict hierarchy and within this group. Dominant male with a group of females, and they are territorial. Territorially, they will demarcate these areas with dung and urine. They even have specific middens that they will continuously defecate in. And then also finding a lot of vegetation or nourishment from the plants that inhabit these beautiful rocky areas. So warming up, very, very important in the morning to warm up like this. Oh. And look at the agility. See the impala. Oh, okay. There's just an impala right in front of us. He is just in front of us over here. I think the branch is going to be in your way, Dave. There's just an impala that obviously got spooked by something just on the right-hand side of that bush. Oh, he's gone. I think he smelt me. I did take a shower this morning, but obviously the senses of those antelope are super acute. Alrighty, Hyrax rock dussie, really beautiful animal to see. You get another species down the coast and also south to the eastern side of the country. The tree dussie, they don't interbreed, but these specific species you find all the way from the coast all the way up into the high mountains of the Drakensberg. Really well adapted to scale and move across this tricky terrain. Obviously, their little feet enable them to do so. Oh, there it is there. Oh, that's
We've got a very special bird here. This is a Namakwa dove. I don't know if you've seen it before. It's my first time, I think, seeing it here on Pride Lands. It's the smallest and probably one of the prettiest of the doves. This is a male. It's got a dark face. You can see the black and white band on its back and a long tail with a little orange bill. I don't know if you've seen this bird before. If for any of you this is the first time you're seeing it, please love to hear about it. Don't forget #WildEarth or @FC on Twitter. So this is, as I said, the smallest of the doves, and it's got a long tail. So it looks very different from most of the doves. Like the doves, it eats mostly seeds. And here it just came and, well, we were driving along actually, and it flew up into this bush, and I immediately knew what it was. So spectacular. It's one of my very favorite of all the doves. Right up there with the emerald spotted wood dove. Look at that black and white banding. Very, very distinct coloration. And the female's a bit different. It does not have that black face. The female's face is more pale, like what you see on the side of its head. So this is a male, more colorful of the two. It's busy preening itself now in this fairly warm, it's starting to get quite warm now. So it probably just came for a drink, and now it's preening itself. It might even go and have a bit of a bathe soon. That's so spectacular. So in drier regions, like the Kalahari, I don't know if they occur on the western side of southern Africa, but certainly on the drier northern parts of southern Africa, definitely see lots of Namakwa doves. Oh, there it flies. Where's it going? Oh, it's just landed on the tree, but a bit to the left. There it is there. Just zoom in, and you'll see it. Close to that very pale branch. Yeah, you got it. Keep going, keep going. Up a little bit more. Yeah, there it is. So it just flew across a little bit, that long tail. And as it flies, it's also got those red underwing areas, just like the emerald spotted wood dove. It's also got those sort of rufous underwing parts. I really hope it turns towards us. Oh, there it flies off. It's landing on the road. Oh, that's so cool. We might actually see it feeding on some seeds. Yeah, look, it's starting to dig around and feed. You've got it. Keep zooming in there. Yeah, there it is. There it is. That's so awesome. That's such a rare bird to see in this area. Ah, Melody, yes, I'm so glad. There's a new bird for you. That's awesome. So I've seen this bird before, but never here at Pride Lands. So that's really, really cool. It's now amongst all the grasses and seeds. I can't drive forward. If I drive forward, we're going to disturb it and it'll fly away. I'd love to get one more view of it if it came out. But yeah, it's not an often seen bird. If you go to the dry areas of southern Africa, you might see them. But here on Pride Lands, first time. Amazing.
There's always a first time in everything out here in the African wilderness. First time to see a bird that maybe you have not seen before. With all the many bird species we got in Africa. Well, I got two lionesses here, still focused in the same direction. And anybody who could be joining us now, this is the River Pride. One of the females that was with them has left and taken a different direction, but these ones seem to remain put and looking at the prey that I'm guessing they might want to hunt. Maybe later in the day, maybe now, or even maybe tonight. Lions are always very patient. As you can tell, they just keep looking to that particular two bulls, two buffaloes. And I guess what would happen later on during the day, they may take a huge loop towards the forest that you saw on the right, or that one female has gone and then they go round and get very, very close to those buffaloes. As I said earlier, 5 days ago, they brought down a huge male buffalo, and I had to clap for these lionesses to have done or to have gotten that achievement, because buffaloes and lionesses, or lions, we know, they are mortal enemies, and for any pride to easily bring down a buffalo without any injuries, to me, is something to be proud of. So this is a tree line that I'm guessing they'll go around and see how close the buffaloes and the elephants are, indicating that they have a commonality there, and there must be something they are all enjoying, apart, of course, from eating very soft vegetation, very soft grass, and lots of water there. Both of these two animal species, or these mammals, take lots of water, and more so the buffaloes. And I can comfortably say the males, not baying in big herds of 20, 50, 300, 500 buffaloes. Once the boys get tired, they are always shown the door by the females, or sometimes they just choose to be on their own for the rest of their lives. Very unlikely that these lionesses may hunt now, because the heat of the day is coming up, and they may need to regroup together to be able to make a successful hunt. Because 2 or 3 females, I highly doubt they have good chances of bringing down a huge buffalo male. A zebra, a wildebeest, a topi, easy, piece of cake for them. But for these particular huge mammals, they have to plan better, and then most likely involve males. A few days ago, in this pride, we saw 2 males, a fully grown male and a sub-adult male, and we were all wondering what male that was, because the area we are in, the Mara Triangle, this particular territory has a coalition of 3 males that we call the Triangle Boys, and one had disappeared for a very long time. We're left with 2, Fang and Halftail. But then we think that Blondie has reappeared, which makes 3 of the Triangle Boys, and Blondie is the current male with this particular pride. So he may be needed, plus the other sub-adult lion, if they're going to successfully bring down a male buffalo.
From the River Pride, now to the Owino Pride. So these 3 lionesses here look quite exhausted. They've just come from a failed attempt. They tried to hunt some warthogs, but they failed. So they'll be sleeping here for a little while until they regain some energy and maybe find something else to go for. So it's quite quiet here, no plains game at the moment. So they found a nice shade where they can rest. So lions will try to hunt. It's reckoned that out of 5 attempts, 2 are successful. So not quite sure how many times they tried to hunt this morning or maybe last night. So these 3 lionesses are very much mature and very, very, very skillful in hunting. So I can imagine that they've tried to stalk the prey, but being that the warthogs can also run very fast, they got away. So they're going to spend the rest of the day here maybe, and maybe later on try to find something to eat. So this time of the year we find that there's lots of migration, wildebeest and zebras. But when it's quiet, so lions prefer bigger prey, like buffaloes. But when there's scarcity of those kind of animals, they go for warthogs, simply what these guys had been going for. But being exhausted right now, it's going to take a while before they wake up, because I'm sure they spend a lot of energy trying to chase those little warthogs, because there's a family of 6, a mother, and about 5 piglets. So this is the winner pride. We're going to wait here a little bit and see what's going to happen. Remember, we're coming to you live from the Masai Mara. So for the kids, for the young viewers, kindly raise your question through kidsquestion at wildearth.tv, #WildEarth, and for your comment questions at YouTube, please do hit at FC, and then we'll get to your question as soon as possible. Now it's very quiet here, a good sign that a prey will not be aware of these lions. Even for us, we had to search and search because of the alarm calls that we had from topis earlier before. So we only came across them running and chasing the warthogs. So as they sleep here, we have one which is the dominant, of course more experienced than the rest. She's the one who takes control and the rest follows. Quite very instinctively, that they follow the leader's instinct and locate prey and ambush. It's quite interesting when watching when lions are hunting. But again, these sleepy lions, you can imagine how they were active a little while before. Now they're lazily sleeping here. So to regain some energy, they need a cold place like that shade to spend the rest of the day, or maybe the time that it will take. Look at the escarpment right there. Very beautiful on this other side. Can you imagine that all this plain here, we have lots and lots of game, but it has to take keen consideration and concentration for these lions to approach prey, especially during this time of the day. They will be resting until prey shows up, or maybe they try and locate prey when they walk to a water place where it will be very, very easy for them sometimes to find food.
Have a look at how this female has now maneuvered away all around to try and now get to, there's some meat, especially around the cheeks of this buffalo, and it's just trying to get the last little bit. You can see there's barely any space, but she's just trying to get as much off as she possibly can now. The sister has gone into the shade at the back and has decided to lie down. The vultures have moved off because they probably thought that these lions aren't going to leave anything behind. Look at how she's using that left paw again to push down on the horn as she pulls some of the meat. I just want to have a look at her teeth. Do you notice that the might be her right? I can't see clearly now, but let's have a look when she breathes again. You can see it looks like that one large tooth on her lower jaw on the right has broken off. It won't be too long, so she'll probably feed the next little one. As she's then giving herself a bit of a breather, we'll be able to see. There we go. She's definitely broken it off. And I wonder what's the story behind that. You can see also, look at it, the color of her teeth. You'll notice that the color is this dark yellowish color. Now, often with cats in particular, it could be a leopard, lions, even cheetah. The older they get, the more their teeth turn to that dark yellow color. So it's often a sign of age. And as we mentioned earlier, these are the two most experienced, but also the two oldest lions within this pride. And I wonder maybe that tooth, if it was broken either by jumping on an animal and it gave her a kick, or as she was fighting around a carcass to try and get meat, maybe that tooth got stuck somewhere and eventually broke off. I would like to know from the viewers, what do they think, how she lost that tooth? However, you do find that lions can hunt elephants. There's quite a few prides that have been known to do that. In Botswana, there's a pride called the Savuti pride, which often specialize in hunting elephants. But there needs to be a line drawn, because with elephants, they are big animals. And so if an elephant is over a certain size or over a certain amount of years, there's no way that a pride of lions will be able to take it down unless it has an injury and it can't go anywhere. But a big elephant bull, there's no way that even if you had a massive pride, they'll be able to take down something as big as a fully grown bull. It's just the risk and reward it's not there.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and suss out where that male has gone so that they can see. All right, around these rocky habitats, we have a very nice bird we've just spotted. It's coming into picture. There we go. A little bit tricky, but we can see what it is. This is a mountain wheatear. That is specifically a female, the one that was in picture now. The female will have this sooty grey coloration to her. Sooty black or to grey, like you're just seeing now, whereas in the male will be extremely variable. You get a lot of variations found within these birds. So it makes it a little bit trickier when it comes to identification, but also makes it really fun. You finally see a bird that you're not too sure about. I'm going to try and find the male for us, David. The male is just to the right from that raisin bush. Yeah, still on the right. Go a little bit more to the right there. I'm going to show you what the male looks like, and there's a distinctive difference between that of the male and female, just a bit more to the right. And what these birds are doing now is feeding on various insects, but they also take fruit through a given period. They've now gone into hiding. To all the viewers, I didn't point. We heard last time that every time we point at a bird, that the bird flies off. And we had it this morning where we pointed at a little Kalahari scrub robin, and as I pointed, it flew out of frame, just to the left of this little grey camel thorn here. Beautiful. These little round balls on these single stems that you guys are seeing in the picture, these are this little flowering plant called acrotome. That is once the flower is dead, but those little spheres have multiple little trumpet-like flowers on. It's really beautiful when they're in full flower. But now you can see the habitat that's been created here for this bird to be feeding in a safe manner. This is also near endemic, so almost found exclusively within Southern Africa. And you find it more to the central parts of the country. You can, obviously, we've got mountainous regions, find it near the coast, but the hotspot is definitely the central part of South Africa, going all the way up into Namibia, and especially along the western side of Namibia. Really, really nice to see. It looks like the anteating chat. We've seen that bird. It does have somewhat of a resemblance. But the beak being a little bit longer, the bird being slightly taller, and then you're having one or two little white patches, especially on the rump, being displayed, which can easily be seen. Oh, look at that. Making it difficult. David has his work cut out for him today. Beautiful. So this is the female we're looking at again. These guys will form a monogamous breeding system, as in where a bulky cup will be built, how's this, under a boulder or in a rock hole. Pretty amazing. When it comes to birds and them breeding and making nests, there's very complex arrangements and very incredible tactics that birds will go to the extremes to ensure that their nests, and as well as the little jewels inside it, are safe and sound. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to leave these two little beautiful birds, and we're going to continue on northeast of here, almost into the sun, and we'll see what we can find.
Well, we have found a group of buffalo that have come down to Leopard Dam to drink some water, but also to mudwallow. It's getting very warm. They need a bit of sunscreen. Looks like some of these buffaloes have already had a bit of sunscreen on. And there's Tungsten, the buffalo who's got the funny tongue that sticks out the side of his mouth. Hey, Tungsten, how you doing? He's so odd, but he's probably my favorite buffalo ever in the history of all the buffaloes. We were wondering what happened to his jaw, and we came up with a couple of options. Maybe he got hit in the face by a hoof, or maybe he got a horn like in his jaw that sort of damaged his jaw a bit. He seems to be doing just fine. He's sort of nice and healthy, but his tongue doesn't work quite the same way as every other buffalo's tongue. As you can see, one buffalo now having a good old mudwallow. I suspect they're all probably going to do a little bit of bathing. It's very important for them to protect their skin from the sun, but also from biting insects, of which at this time of year there are already many of them. It's nice and warm, plenty warm enough for the bugs to be about. Of course, a few oxpeckers probably in attendance, also helping to keep them safe from the bugs or the ticks and the parasites. Remember, when the mud dries, it will trap a lot of these parasites directly on their body, and then they can... Oh, this buffalo is busy putting his head right into the mud. He's trying to loosen up a lot of the mud to make it nice and soft and mushy, so that it can then lie in it. You see that? Oh, yes, scratch that chin. That looks amazing. See, these are all the places that they can't easily scratch with their feet or with their horns. So they're literally using this mud and this dry and hard clay just in every way to get to all those itchy places which they can't normally get to. This is a spa. It's a buffalo spa. And the gentleman's club just enjoying... Oof, that looks so good. Not very graceful, maybe, but definitely very, very comfortable. Indigo Girl, I also love Duggar Boys. These buffalo bulls covering themselves in mud, it's always funny to watch them at the waterholes when they are mud wallowing, because they're such big and ungainly creatures that when they start to get in the water and try and roll about and cover themselves in mud, it always looks very funny. It always looks quite uncomfortable or unusual. Comfortable, but unusual. Well, these buffaloes are not going to be going anywhere very fast, and neither are we.
Well, someone who's not gone very fast is also Tlalamba. She's unfortunately just been sitting and trying to fall asleep, but has been very uncomfortable. But what was interesting is her demeanor has changed completely. She was kind of drifting and her head was bobbing and she was almost half asleep, and all of a sudden her tail has curled and is twitching, and she's just staring out behind this tree. So there's a squirrel alarm calling, there's go-away birds that are making a noise. I don't know if it's maybe the hyenas that are moving around below her, or if she spotted something else that is here that she's worried about. Because you see, look at her demeanor compared to what she was earlier. You see how that neck is straight out and she's watching. Now, when you see that tail twitching like that, that can either be an indication that she's spotted something that she's interested in the form of prey animal, but given she's got a kill, I don't expect her to be actively trying to hunt in this heat. So maybe she spotted something else. Like I say, it could be hyenas that are moving around at the bottom there. We know there were two there, so it's very possible that it's them. Girl, I think it's time for you to come down. You're not comfortable. She doesn't agree. I will say one thing though, she's firmly planted her backside onto that tree. She's got her two legs over the top and she looks as though she's very comfortable the way that she's sitting like that. The problem is that she can't sleep like this. So every now and then you see her eyes drooping and she starts to get to that point where she feels like she wants to sleep. And then, she realizes that if she does, she's going to fall. So that wakes her up pretty quickly. But I don't know why she doesn't turn slightly and put her front legs on the same branch that she's sitting on. And that will allow her to probably lie down, although that branch will cut into her stomach quite a bit, so she'll need a little bit wider than that. My girl, what's wrong? You stuck up this tree and not happy. I wonder if she just doesn't want to come down because she doesn't want to deal with hyenas. I know that she's going to come now. So that hissing that you heard is because as the tree broke, the hyenas obviously thought that there was a carcass dropping, and so they came running in, which has meant that she can't come down. She's got to just sit still and wait for them, and so she's telling that hyena to back off, essentially. That's that kind of growling and snarling that you're seeing. But that was never going to work, what she was trying to attempt. The branch was not attached, so when she stood on it, her weight just collapsed the whole thing. Silly girl. You're going to have to figure out another way to come down, I'm afraid. I was saying now earlier, it's amazing how, this is a massive tree. When we saw it from the other side, oh, hello, girl. Where are you going? Sorry, no, she's gone right behind the back of the car, of course. And it's just looking. So I think the reason that she jumped out and ran like that is because of the hyenas. So she's making sure that she just gives herself a little bit of distance so that she doesn't have to worry so much about the hyenas kind of following her. Although you can see this hyenas have really picked up the scent of where she's gone, which is absolutely amazing. Hello. All right, we're going to try reposition, see if we can get another view of Kalamba. Hopefully she hasn't gone into too much of a thicket.
Yeah, Tristan, keep an eye of that beautiful princess of Djuma. She doesn't slip through your hands. But now we got some elephants here that have come maybe to have a drink, but passing very close to these two lionesses. Small herd or small family. Could be a cow and her two calves. You see them coming in the shot there. Looking in the middle calf there, if you look carefully, she got like a stump of a tail, which you've seen a lot here in the Masai Mara. In this particular pride of lions that we're watching, the river pride, there's one lioness that also got half tail. And the egrets will always take advantage of these mammals, especially when they're mobile, because that's when they benefit a lot from the insects. Stop there, walking through the grass that's named after them, elephant grass. You can see now the ears a little bit open up, But that one cow there, an indication that the temperatures could be rising. We started on a rather cold morning, and these two females here still look in the same direction. I don't think it's just too hot for them, because once it warms up, they'll definitely look for some shade. The third one disappeared into the trees you see in the background there. Definitely, it was too hot for them, but it was the one that we've been thinking could be the mother or the four cubs that we haven't seen from last night and this morning. But still very hopeful we are going to see them. And those elephants must have gotten something they like. Look at the distance between the two species here. It's not more than 20 meters, or just about 20 meters. But the cow here knows she is safe. Not sure that young calf is nursing there. We find out if she's suckling, because she's on the front legs of the cow, and that's where the mammary glands are placed for Ellie's. My guess is she is having some breakfast. A happy cow, as you see her twitching, can tell. To me, this always shows a lot of calmness, a lot of peacefulness in these animals. When you see Ellie's just whisk their tails like that, shows they're all good. Apart from the elephants I've seen eating this elephant grass, I haven't seen many other species of mammals eating this grass here. Spec, you're asking why the elephant have a small tail, and we have had so many theories here. And for me, my first theory, or my school of thought, is something genetical, because it's not one, it's not two. Here in the Mara, we have seen quite a number of them having those type of tails. Then we have had other theories, like maybe when they're playing, they get caught by their playmates, and in the process, they got cut. That's just another theory. People have thought maybe when they were young, maybe predators like lions tried to hunt them, and they caught the tail trying to bring them down, possibly. But my own school of thought here is something genetical. Because you've seen the same with leopards here in the Mara, having, half tails. We have seen lions in this particular pride that we were watching earlier of the river pride. There's one lioness that has half tail too. I'll just wait and see if these two lionesses are going to wake up. And chances are, if they wake up, they may lead me to the one lioness with the four cubs.
So we were looking at an elephant with a short tail, and we've got a buffalo with a short tail here. Tungsten has, this funny jaw with his tongue sticking out. He's also missing a tail. So I wonder if those two injuries happened in the same event. Let's say he probably got in a big fight with some lions or something. I'm not sure. But it's very interesting. He just went over to this tree. He's covered himself in mud. He had the most incredible mud wallow. He was just living his best life. And now he's gone to what looks like a dead, leadwood or something. And he's going to start rubbing his body all over that in order to dislodge any ticks and parasites. So look, he's going right behind the ear on the neck. Oh, it's a warthog. Two warthogs. Hello. They haven't yet had a chance to mud wallow. They are much smaller than buffaloes, so they have to sort of wait their turn. But they're getting pretty jealous, I think. Look at Tungsten having the best time of his life, and these two warthogs just want to have some fun too. And they're quite similar animals in terms of they don't have a lot of fur. So these old buffalo bulls, they lose their fur as they get older, and the warthogs don't have much fur to begin with, to be honest. So they also have to look after for themselves. They also have to cover themselves in mud regularly in order to protect themselves. It'd be interesting if we went over that dead leadwood once that buffalo's finished rubbing itself. And we might be able to see if we can find some ticks that are dislodged in that mud. That'll be pretty interesting. We've seen it before, many times in fact, on very, very well used rubbing posts. Yes, we are talking about you, yes. Don't worry, do your thing, don't mind us. A lot of antelope will put mud on their horns to make their horns look bigger and more robust. That's not why the buffalo's done it. He used his horns to try and loosen up the dirt and make more mud for himself. That tongue is so weird. Must be uncomfortable because now it's covered in mud. Yeah, you pull that thing back inside. Stop sticking your tongue out at me. Pinky, I think most animals can swim in some way or other because the instinct is there. I mean, maybe a buffalo has to run from danger and go through water, and it might find itself in water that's a bit too deep. I don't know if it's very good swimming, but it's probably quite similar to when you see an impala or something in the water, or a dog. They use this sort of doggy paddle type scenario where they just sort of kick their legs. It's probably not going to be very fast or very graceful, but it'll be effective enough at getting it from one side of a small dam to the other. I think they're probably heavy enough that they would probably just wade straight through the water as long as it wasn't too deep. Look at the goose. Hello, goose. The Egyptian goose in the background. Lots of animals at the waterhole. The warthogs have now come to the edge of the water and they're starting to drink. I'm sure they'll start to wallow soon. Warthogs also, I don't know if they can swim. They're very shallow though, so they probably wouldn't be able to go through any sort of deep water. But the buffaloes, yeah, I reckon they can probably do a type of a swim.
Alrighty. Sitting dead still and remaining inconspicuous is this tiny, beautiful little butterfly. Tswalu has quite a tremendous diversity of butterflies. There's 76 different recorded butterflies just within Tswalu. It's tremendous diversity. I'm really not 100% sure of this specific species. It's always nice when you come across something which you have to do a little bit of reference work. But we're going to be looking at those beautiful spots that are running in a nice line. The top wing actually pushed forward and there's a bit of orange. There's two wings there. The first wing is actually being semi-covered by the second wing. You can see this line running up to the top and then bends all the way down to the back where you can see that nice white border. But presented on the first wing, there's actually a bit of orange. I'm going to have to do a little bit of reference work for everybody to ID the species. I'm really not too sure. And as a guide, you never ever want to say, you never want to lie. You never want to talk... But beautiful little butterfly, and I mean, very, very important for the ecosystem, doing the role of pollinating, but then also playing the role of prey for multiple species of birds, reptiles, even little mammals, when they're on the ground, if they die, small mammals will actually eat the remains of bodies of butterflies. But really remarkable. We have a massive annual migration of a species called brown-veined whites that actually migrate right through Tswalu from the southwestern corner going all the way to the northeastern section. And through the favorable period of these butterflies moving through Tswalu, you can sit still and within an hour, a couple of hundred butterflies would have crossed your path. This continuous white fluttering within the landscape. It's really, really beautiful. You can see the two nice antennae. Obviously very important to pick up all the chemical clues. It's obviously a very important tool for insects found right across the board. So picking up the chemicals of food and also picking up the chemicals of a potential mate. Nice big rounded eye. And then obviously 3 pairs of legs or 6 legs. Characteristics of an insect. But really amazing, and look how it blends in with that environment. And if David zooms out a little bit, you'll see the scope and how it just blends straight in. Megan made the comment, there's such a pretty little butterfly. They are spectacular. And if you look at South Africa and the butterflies that we do find here, there is some impressive species. There's species like that there which would want to remain inconspicuous and obviously blending within the environment. And then you've got species that really are flamboyant with color. Wow.
Welcome back to andBeyond, Phinda. Craig and I left those two young cheetah resting underneath a thicket above a big termite mound. And we've been trying to find some new interesting bird species for you, but so far I think the wind is making it a bit difficult. All the birds are in hiding. We came past this big mountain though, and something caught our attention. And if you look in the middle of your screen, on the very top of that rock, can you all see the lioness perched atop the little rocky mountain? What a spot to be for a lion. Perfect vantage point for her to overlook the plains beneath and looking out for any signs of food for a little bit later on in the day. I can only imagine how windy it must be up there though. If it's this windy down here, she's very exposed to the wind up there, but of course that might also keep her nice and cool. And looking through my binoculars, it looks like one of the mothers of the 5 youngsters of the mountain pride, the pride of lions that lives in this area. So I wonder if maybe the rest of the pride isn't up there too, maybe somewhere on the other side of the rocks. Oh, she's standing up, stretching a little bit, maybe deciding that it is just too windy on such an exposed part of the mountain. You can still just see her back sticking up there above the rocks. And I think from there, she's probably going to go, assuming that the rest of her pride is up there and her youngsters are up there, she'll probably go and join them perhaps in a shady cave or under a nice shady tree.
Well, Kalamba's already positioned herself under a nice shady tree, but with zero consideration for where we are, because we are in full sun, and she's got the only little shady spot that there is, which is quite fine, I suppose. It would have been nice though if she had found herself a spot where we could have found some shade as well. But she's just kind of slunk off, and she's not far from the tree at all. Kind of where we lost view of her just now is where she's ended up lying down. And she's not going to be bothered by the hyenas here at all. She can at least now rest really comfortably. I'm pretty sure that within the next few minutes, we're going to see that whole body start to lean to the left, followed by her head, as she starts to find a comfy spot in order to have a really good snooze. Unfortunately for her, she made a kill probably 2 days too late, because if she had killed this 2 days ago, she would have had nice cool weather to deal with, instead of the hotness that we have today. So she's in for an uncomfortable time today with a full belly. At least with her, she's not as bad as the lions. When lions eat, they get grossly obese, and they end up in a situation where they suffer badly in the summer. So those lions at Ngala at the moment, I'm sure, are going to be hurting by this afternoon with the heat, whereas at least her tummy is not that full and it's not as uncomfortable as what those lions would be. But she's such an incredible huntress. So BK and I were talking about it yesterday. We were chatting about the fact that, she seems to be our most consistent leopard when it comes to finding on kills. She seems to make these kills regularly, and she's starting to kill quite large-sized animals. I mean, the Nyala that she's got there is not a fully grown female Nyala, but it's a decent-sized one, and she's hoisting them, which means that her transition from a cub into an adult has gotten all the way now, basically. She's learned very quickly that kills on the ground mean losses, and so she's now starting to learn how to put things in a tree as soon as she catches them, which is only going to stand her in good stead. The population of hyenas in this particular part of South Africa has grown during the drought period. There was so many dead animals and so many weaker animals that it became easy for the hyenas, and so the numbers seem to have increased slightly because of that. And so she, being a resident territorial leopard within the Djuma area, we know that the den is not very far from here, and so hyenas are going to be a constant part of her life from going forward. And so the more she works out that food up trees is going to be a way that she's going to keep it, the better off she's going to be. And she's luckily learned that lesson fairly early on. Her mother, on the other hand, is not as good with it. She typically struggles, one, because of her age at the moment, but two, because she seldom hunts them. But she struggles to hoist carcasses that are as big as what Kalamba is hoisting. She used to in the past, but now she tries to target much smaller things. And I think even like scrub hares and those kinds of things for Thandi are a much better option, because she can eat them, she can carry them without leaving a drag mark, so there's not a huge scent trail that's being left behind. So it's much easier for her to kill that than it is to be going after these big animals that attracts the attention of hyenas. So she's overcome the hyena problem by going smaller prey. Kalama's overcoming the hyena problem by learning to hoist as much as possible. Bernie, without a doubt, if Thandi came across Kalamba's kill, she would try and steal it. It would be a really interesting interaction, because even though Thandi is Kalamba's mother, and theoretically, in our human minds, we always think that mom is, all-powerful, and mom is going to, discipline us even as we get older. But with leopards, that relationship is completely severed when they go on their own. So you get a situation where sorry, I was just listening. There's a bird calling in the background, but I was just got distracted a little bit. So the separation happens where you get a situation where they then become basically competition to one another. And so if Thandi arrived here, I suspect what you would find is Kalamba would be quite aggressive to defend her kill, and Thandi would be aggressive back. And what you might then find is a start to kind of work out, oh, hang on, we actually do know each other. And from there, it would be really intriguing to know who would give way. Because at this stage, Thandi is slightly bigger than Kalamba, but not by much. And she is a lot more experienced. And I think her aggression by nature would probably outdo Kalamba's. And she might be able to push Kalamba a little bit. But remember, Kalamba doesn't have cubs at the moment. She's only just establishing territory. And so for her, it's probably going to be easier to give way to Thandi than to fight with her. But you never know. She's at that age now where she's going to really start to try and have to defend territories, and so she might be aggressive back to mom. It would be a really, really interesting interaction should Thandi arrive. So we'll just have to see. I mean, Thandi, like I say, wasn't far from here yesterday. It's very possible that she comes in this area. It's a big tree that carcass is in, so you never know. Maybe this evening we'll see something develop, but we'll have to just be patient and wait it out.
Beautiful. Tristan is true, Kalamba, she's machinery hunter. And yeah, we've been, wandering around here looking for the game. Finally, we bump on this. Looks like a small herd of elephants here. And it's beautiful. Looks like they're all going to come to the road, looks like it. We just got them in time just before cross. Sorry about that. As you can see, it's a young male actually crossed the road already. This is how it looks like it's a few of them in the bush. It's got to be one female which is in control of this group. And if it's that so, then every time she lead direction for them to move through. And then that's why you're already seeing the young one cross. It's because she already made that decision that we're going to go that direction. So the rest of them, they're just going to follow, but it's already controlled. It's another female. It's actually, it looks like it's going to be quite hot today. And there's another one that's going to come right close out. But, it looks like she's also crossing. Or he. Looks like one of the young bull. So this type of young bull like this, they're still underage, which they're still under mother's umbrella for safety. Look at this young male is still around maybe 10 or 9 years old. Of course, they're not yet to be separated from this group. And they're only going to be doing that. Separation is going to happen when they're around 10, 12, 14 years. Look at this young one. That's probably not even a year old yet, probably nearly there. As you can see, his no tusk is showing up yet, so it's probably maybe 8, 9 months old. Young one. They're clever enough, the herd of elephants, as they move, they make sure that these young ones always remain in the middle for safety. He's talking about safety. When you talk about animals, all wild animals, they have predators. It started from when they're younger, like that young one, still vulnerable to packs of hyena, even the lions. They will still kill that animal if they're separate from this group. So, the predators is everywhere. Where there is a lot of prey species, you have to have a lot of carnivorous species, which is the predators. That's where these animals get hunted by these cats. So I'm gonna, take another moment here, see if all of them cross this road. Looks like more still to come.
So from the herds out down in South Africa, back to the Masai Mara, where we have a mother and a calf elephant. So this mom is feeding slowly in a dried up swamp as the baby is walking into the covers, the bushes there. So earlier on, these elephants were drinking water here. And the calf is busy like picking grass and other vegetation, eating. So they walk into the bushes and further into a cooler place, because elephant mothers are very good carers and keepers of the young ones and the entire family. So this is the matriarch leading the calf away. We have had a very big herd that just gone into the bushes, and some of them drinking from the further end of this swamp. Now you can see this mom cooling off or flapping his ears. See the rest drinking and feeding the very soft grass on this swamp. Look at that elephant facing the other direction. He's drinking a little bit and also picking some very soft grass on the swamp. Now they'll pick a spot where they'll go and mud bath, washing their body with mud and to keep themselves cool and also get some biting bugs away from their body. Now this mom is walking slowly. I'm not sure what she wants to do, but I think she wants to get to the... Tom, thank you for your question. Is it much dangerous for them to be away from the herd? It's not as dangerous, especially when you have an experienced matriarch or mother like this. They're very well known to keep their families safe. She's so experienced, so she knows where there's predators. And she, of course, during her life, up to where she is now, she's gone through a lot. So she's well adapted to keeping her baby safe. But I would say if the young one was too small and the predators come in, might be too risky, but at the moment is not as dangerous. She's a very well experienced mother by the look of the size. She knows where to take her calf to safety, where to take her to drink, where to take her to food. So she's very, very much okay going there alone. So as she wanders off to the bush, she politely and softly picks on vegetation as she walks. You can see the calf on the side just walking and following mom, whatever she's doing. Now at this age, young elephants learn from watching the elders, what they're doing. So if you look carefully, wherever mom is picking something, she also does the same. So they learn from also observation, observing what the elders do. A little scratch there. So she follows keenly. And remember at this point, mom is communicating through a very low frequency sound. Now back to these other elephants who are resting. The sun is too hot at the moment, so they'll be resting here and slowly just eating away. You can see them flapping their ears to cool off. There's some breeze coming in from the swamp and being on a low level, so the wind is blowing in very well. So as they go on to take cover in the bushes, it's that time of the day when you find that elephants take time to rest. Little scratch there.
Well, I think it's that time of the day for pretty much everybody to take a rest, particularly down here. The temperature's gotten up. Ah, that's nice. Look, BK, there's a Wahlberg's eagle on a new nest. I don't know this nest. I was wondering where our Wahlberg's pair was from the road that's just south of us called Wahlberg's Nest, funny enough, because there's a pair that nests every year in this knobthorn that's close to the road, and they weren't there this year, and I've been kind of racking my brains as to why they weren't there, but they've got a new nest, which is now in the MULLER. That's very, very cool. I wonder if there's any chicks yet that's on there. This bird just flew back right now. I actually heard the drongo dive bombing it, and so it landed. Let's see if a little chick moves inside there. It's about the right time for chicks to be out already, or hatched, should I say. Can you hear it talking? So this is the pale form Wahlbergs that we have here. I don't see anything moving at the base there. Isn't it cool listening to him talk? Just interested to see whether or not it sits or if it is still maybe maintaining the nest. They, like I say, generally can arrive from sort of early August. So by now, it's possible that eggs have been laid. It'd be maybe a little bit early for a chick to have hatched. So maybe it's still a bit of nest maintenance that's taking place. But she didn't arrive, or he, it's difficult to say whether it's male or female, didn't arrive with any twigs to build the nest. So I'm intrigued to see what the reaction is or what it's actually doing. But there's definitely nothing moving around its feet. We would have seen if there was a chick. We would have seen sort of feathers and, a little white thing moving around. But egg-wise, could be there. The thing is, though, is if there was eggs, you would see that she'd be on it. Particularly in heat like this, they would be protecting the eggs from getting too hot. So she would have her wings out to try and just cover those eggs up a little bit. Peter, you're asking where Wahlbergs go in the winter. They typically head to North Africa, is where they go. And they have two kind of distinct migratory routes. The one migratory route runs up from Namibia through Angola, up West Africa, that way. And the other one is the one that runs on the eastern side of Africa. There's the other adult. Look. You can see the other one is brown. I think these guys are still building the nest. I don't think they've laid eggs yet. That's very cool. I love watching these guys. It's such a treat for us to be able to have, a pair of Wahlbergs that come back every year, and they've become very used to us because of the fact that they used to nest so close to a road. And so you would have found that they would, get kind of the cars coming past, and that's why they give us quite an intimate look into their life, which is very cool. And this particular nest is actually much easier to see up into than the other nest. The other nest was a little bit more of a steep angle, so we didn't get much. We just used to get the bottom of the nest all the time. Now, I've forgotten what I was saying in terms of a question. Mandek, if you can remind me what I was saying, because I'm getting old and I forget things. Where they go. That's right, the migratory routes that they use. So the other one is East Africa. And so, funny enough, the Mara, there's a migratory route in the Mara itself that goes along that escarpment, or Orolo escarpment. But interestingly enough, with these Wahlbergs, is what amazes me is if you follow their route patterns and where they go. Yes, we can hear you. They will fly towards Lake Tanganyika, and once they get towards Tanganyika, rather than flying over the water, they actually will go onto the edge, and they fly along the rim of the lake so that they can still find food. Remember, this is a bird that hunts other birds. Tlalamba's now up and moving as well. Now, it's all happening all of a sudden. I'm surprised because it's hot. She was fast asleep, and all of a sudden she's decided, nope, she's going to go striding her way back towards her kill. Problem is if she decides to lie in this little thicket that she's going in now, we're not going to be able to see her at all. It's an impenetrable little fortress inside here. So we'll just have to see where she goes. I wonder if maybe she just wants to keep an eye out and just be a little bit closer in case something else comes along. All right, well, we'll go back around to the other side to where the kill is and see what she gets up to.
Beautiful, sorry about that. Yeah, now we're looking at this female. Since I stopped here, she's just freeze, standing with her little one. And usually when they also sleep, they do that. So they stand still and see that animal's not moving for probably like 20, 25 minutes, maybe half an hour. Then you know elephant's sleeping. So here, she feels safe because then the whole herd are all spread around in this bush, and that's make her feel comfortable with her young one in that little shed. And I think everybody's going to do the same. And if then there's no way they're going to go without her. So every time she all check on them, they're probably still around. She can hear them feed, then she know they're around, and that's not a problem. So, but they communicate if there ever separation happen here. Able to communicate through sound, but also listening as well, also sight. So they're good in that. Sense of smell, able to track one another through where the rest have moved through, and then able to hook up again. And it's probably they're going to look for water when they need. It looks like where they're going there, they'll probably end up Gary Dam later on. But I haven't seen any male here, big male. And then since they don't really associate with females all the time, once they get separated, they're in a stage where will just form the bachelor group and move along, and that way they have to pay respect to one another, these young ones, and they still learn to forage with their, father out there. And there's a chance they hook up again with the rest of their, herds like this. It's not a problem because they're not territorial, so they would hook up, but again, they will finally left behind or separate will happen because they can't follow one another like this for a long time. Now she's mobile. Like I said, could take sometime 15, 20 minutes sometimes, just a nap. Zinhle, good question, Zinhle. You want to know at what age would you be able to start to see the tusk on elephants, especially, so anything about when they're 9.5, 10 months, 11 months old, that's where you started to see a little bit of a tusk showing up. Many of the time, that's the way, of elephants, you can check their ages. And once you see the tusk is already showing up, that elephant's either a year or just a year. Then, of course, that's how they get around. But, they such a good animal. Elephants are lovely. They love one another in a group, take care of one another, who seek in a group, also protected, who cannot move, who get support from these bigger one, crossing over, hills or walking up slope. These young one will get supported by these mothers, through trunk, grabbed and able to stand up again and move. Oh, look at this young one now. So one of the young bull that came close to us. This type of the, bushes they feed. It's called magic guari bush. It's actually very, imported trees out here. Local as well. They collect fruits out of these little bushes where they have fruits which ripe. Anything from, February, March fruits are available for birds, but of course for now it looks like just a little of a flowering in there. So elephants are busy feeding on these leaves, magic guari bush. They have a lot of different plants they can feed on the elephant. Wherever there's elephants, it's got to be enough, food for them. They can, as you can see, their destruction is, that's how they do. And they have to do it. They have to do destructions, pull off, break off branches, and of course, pull off the grasses. But, taking grasses is two-step of doing it, where they just take above or cut, grab with a trunk, or sometimes grab the whole, bunch of grass, and then they use their leg to actually support the trunk and kick and take the whole grass with the little roots in that. How to do it? You just shake it off all the sand and feed on a clean, chop the grass. So they're so clever on animals doing that. Because elephants live long anyway, so they need a lot of food to sustain their body weight. Elephants standing not to eat for probably an hour. From there, they get very hungry. And I will leave this bunch of elephants here, see if we can find anything else on our way out.
We've also got some elephants. There's 3 of them at Ndlovu Dam at the moment. They were having a bit of a mud wallow, but there's a whole bunch that are about to arrive just on the left. We're a bit behind the bushes here, but they'll be arriving shortly. It's very, very cool. These elephants are going to take advantage of the cool water on this very hot morning. It's turned out to be an absolute scorcher. I think we're catching up with the rest of the Lowveld when it comes to the temperature. It's a little bit windy, but really, really hot. So these elephants, like all the other animals, the buffaloes and the warthogs, they're all covering themselves in mud and having a good old swim in order to cool themselves down. Hopefully these elephants will actually go straight into the water. That would be so cool to see. And often when the elephant bulls arrive at the waterhole altogether. There's a lot of pushing and shoving as they all test each other's strength and practice the skills they'll need if they need to fight for dominance of a herd of females. I actually want to try and see if I can't reposition the vehicle a little bit, because they look like they're all going to go and have a bit of fighting behind this tree here. So just bear with me a moment as I try my best to reposition the vehicle so we can see that action happening. It's always very exciting to see elephants playing at a waterhole, and this waterhole in Ndlovu Dam by our eco-training camp is always just spectacular. It's always producing incredible scenes. So we'll be there in just 30 seconds, but it'll be worth it because we're going to be able to see all the elephants. Wow, there's so many of them. That's so great. Okay, I'm just going to stop us right over here for the moment. Hopefully signal holds out. We'll just see what happens with these elephants in the meantime.
All right, it came to the point where myself and David came to agreement. It's time to stretch the legs and have a little coffee. And what a spot to do it at. It's a really amazing privilege to be in the environment like this, enjoying a coffee and also being in good company, Mr. David. And on close investigation of here, something was here, and we thought we just have to show you how incredible this is. Obviously, these structures are enormous. Big nests can weigh in excess of a ton, and then as well as support up to nearly 500 birds. You would have them being used for nesting purposes, but then also in the winter when they're not nesting, they would use them for roosting purposes as well. You could find up to 5 birds within one chamber. It's normally a pair through the breeding season, but then out of the breeding season you'll have a few individuals within one chamber where they're obviously exchanging body heat, making it a little bit warmer and a little more cozy inside there through the cold Kalahari winters. And what we really want to point out and show you guys is this over here. So this is from an old section of the nest that's fallen off, and you can see where the part of the trunk has broken off, and this nest has been more than likely laying here for a good couple of years, and this debris obviously moving out, but it's quite remarkable. So if you look at the nest, you'd think, okay, they maybe use saliva or they use a type of glue. It is just pushed in to the existing structure. Look at that. And think about one bird flying off, collecting one piece, coming back to the nest and basically doing its part. Incredible how this stays all together. So I mean, this is tiny, but then when you look at the greater scope of things, how that all stays together is remarkable. And a tree like this being a keystone species, it is such an important ecological role player here, not only for the birds, for insects that utilize the tree. We looked at paper wasps the other day. You would find that the bark creates a perfect habitat for little reptiles. Oh wow, David, come look at this over here. You see what I mean when you start looking around? Oh wait, look at that. So you can see that was nature showing us that you just need to slow down and look. We didn't know that was there. That looks like to be, it is a locust. You can see from the body structure, the very heavy developed legs, long antennae, and look at the stripes on the eye. I mean, it's cryptically camouflaged, fitting within the bark absolutely perfectly. So you can see how this tree just makes multiple niches. That's why it is referred to as a keystone species. Multiple animals using it across the board. Look at that. Even David's in awe here. The wings will be tucked up under the legs there. You can see the front pair of legs, little hooks. Obviously grabbing onto the bark. That is absolutely beautiful. So if it wasn't for this tree, this locust wouldn't have a nice cozy little hiding spot. And obviously that coloration is tricking and fooling potential predator's eyes and allowing this animal to just blend into this broken vegetation or bark. Really amazing. So we cannot talk about enough. It is such a spectacular thing to be here and to be in and amongst all this wildlife. So this tree, we did speak about the extensive root structures. Luke asked a question there, how long does it take to build these structures? A very long time. Big nests like this could last over a decade, and the nest will be continuously maintained, and as well as other birds will continuously add to this nest. I mean, the tree is supporting immense weight. If you think about one little stick that I picked up earlier that weighs nothing. But once you start accumulating this much material, it is tremendously heavy. So yeah, Luke, so nests can last anywhere up to a decade. Outstanding, dude.
So we're having a look at quite a large male giraffe. And it is getting to that time of the day where it is starting to warm up. So this giraffe, there's quite a biggish tree on the other side of the giraffe, and it's just standing in the shade at the moment. But if you look at the horns, especially also like around the head, you'll notice that the horns are quite worn down. And it might be that because remember we said it's a big male giraffe, it might be that this male has been in quite a few fights during his life. But it is hard to see the color because of the angle of the sun. And also the other thing is, with it warming up, the chances are that giraffes are going to be feeding, but eventually start making their way down towards the water for a drink. But for now, look at the leaves moving. So there's a nice breeze, standing in the shade, just keeping cool. What I might just do is, it looks like there is another giraffe off to the left, but there is a tree that is in the way. So if you give me just 3 seconds, what I'm going to do is move slightly closer to this one here, and then we'll be able to see the one that is off to our right. I mean our left. So this one's on the right, that one's on the left. There, you got confused there. But I just want to move here, and you'll be able to see this one. Well, there's actually 2 of them. Just reposition like this. There we go. And then we can focus on that one there. So the sun is going to be better on that one, and we'll be able to see it better. Now if you notice the horns on this one, you'll see they're massive and round and also bald at the very top. So this is also male, but I don't think as old as the one that we just were looking at earlier. Look at those long eyelashes. And of course, after a meal, just quickly cleaning the mouth and the nose. So what I want you to do is look at the neck now. Looks like this giraffe might be ruminating, so pretty soon it's going to bring up a whole gulp of food that it's been chewing, or that it's eaten a while ago, and chew it and then swallow again. So let's keep a good look around that mouth. See if it comes back. There we go. Just saw the throat moving. It looked like it brought food back into its mouth. Let's just have a look. Because like cows, they have a 4-chamber stomach. So you'll see them feeding off quite a few leaves, and then later on, as soon as it warms up, they'll move into the shade like the one we saw earlier, bring it up into their mouth, chew it again, and then swallow. Might be that this one's interested more in going for maybe another meal. But it is such a majestic animal. Just look at that. So that one's also moved into just a little patch of shade. You can see there's still most of the body's exposed, but the head and some of the neck at least is in the shade for now. incredible to watch. Now, often what I've noticed is in the winter time, when the food is slightly scarcer than in summer times, the giraffe tend to move closer towards the river, because there you'll find more abundant trees, but also bigger trees with a lot more lusher, greener leaves for them to feed on. But for now, Ngala and I are going to carry on to see if there's anything near the waterhole.
Well, these elands have a lot to eat, and because also they have a lot to eat, they've got so many dependents, and I'm talking of the oxpeckers on top of their bodies. I'm imagining if giraffes could be here, they could be towering over the tall trees that you can see here in the background. And if you look carefully, it's shimmering now, because the temperatures have definitely gone much higher than before. And these are elands. Either yesterday or the day before, I saw a herd of elands, and there was one particular male that had about 10 or 12 or more oxpeckers on top of its back, while the rest had either one or two, and wondered why. Now here, most of them got the oxpeckers to the sharp, straight horns that remind me of the oryx. See how massive these antelopes are. The largest, heaviest antelopes you got in Africa. Patrick, of all the antelopes we got in Africa, the elands are the highest jumpers. And it has been claimed, Patrick, from a standing point, an eland can comfortably do 4 meters high. And we always think one of the regions that could make them do that. For example, imagine he's feeding right there, and a snake appears, be it a cobra or black mamba, and once in a while they suffer from snake bites. They know the only thing they can do is to jump high, but in flight or when they take off from the predators, they'll be known to run and jump that high, and they leap on the ground. And when you see them sometimes fighting or trying to defend themselves from lions, for example, which are their main predators, they jump the same way high to try and save their lives. Elands will both browse and graze, and sometimes Bonnie, you say you love the eland's horns. Yes. And some of the longest horns, and you remember I was saying earlier, I would compare them to the oryx. They're long, and like the village I come from, would use to catch, not myself, the boys a little older than us, when they would get elands either dead out there, they would get the horns if the hyenas had not eaten them, and they would make spears using these horns. Sharp, long, and sometimes they would use the same spears to go to the lake near my place to go fishing in the water. Well, elands, keep grazing, keep browsing, as I move on to look for something else.
It's always interesting watching elands and getting to know, learn about how high they can jump and the social interaction between them and the oxpeckers. Now here we have giraffes walking. See how gently that giraffe is walking. Now, if you watch carefully, the movement of the legs, so the left moving on one side by side and the right moving side by side, that's called the gait walk. So we have about 1, 2, 3, 4 giraffes walking here. So they've been walking for a little while. So giraffes live in an unstable group consisting of females and males. Now, the males or the big bulls, sometimes they associate themselves with these herds, but then sometimes they walk alone. The movement from one place to another, because giraffes don't have territory, they occupy what we call home ranges, and depending on availability of food, that's why they keep on moving from one area to another. Now, they keep on feeding as they walk, so they definitely or prefer eating on the cooler time of the day and maybe in the evening and the morning. So, keenly looking, the giraffes are walking and giving space to each other. So one stops to check around while the others keep on walking. So we have a leader that is walking in front of them, making sure that there's no predators around. Because of their height, so they don't have a problem actually, because they can see from a very long distance. So we have a young male just right there by the middle, the one to the left, and the other ones are female. I think that one of them is pregnant, but the rest are actually not really pregnant. But they'll be walking to a browsing area where Nigel, thank you so much for your question. So giraffes can gallop for about 55 kilometers an hour. So they're really fast. Look at the length of the leg. So they can at least outrun predators by a gallop run, which is about 50 to 55 kilometers an hour. So they're taking turns, pausing and walking, turning around. See how gently and majestically they walk. So these are called the Maasai giraffe. So here in Kenya we have 3 subspecies. In total we have about 9 subspecies in Africa. So in Kenya, and particularly in Masai Mara, we have only one subspecies, which is the Maasai giraffe, which ranges from Masai Mara all the way down to the Serengeti. Now, in northern parts of Kenya, we have the reticulated giraffe. We have the reticulated giraffe in the northern parts of Kenya, and we have another one which is an endangered species of giraffe called the Rothschild giraffe. Now, as they're looking for cover and browsing area because they prefer browsing on the bushes, we are going to follow them closely and keenly, see what type of bush they're going to be browsing on.
Well, I think that unlike those giraffe who seemingly are quite happy to roam the plains of East Africa under the sun, this cat is not happy about life at all. I don't think she could be panting any harder than she is right now. The bad news for her is that we haven't even reached 9:30 in the morning yet. So by 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock this afternoon, it is going to be roasting hot. And so her day of uncomfortable heat is not even near finished. It's going to be a long day for little Kalamba, but she's making me laugh because I don't know how she's going to be able to sleep though, given how hard she's actually panting at the moment. She's kind of rocking her whole body, but maybe that's a little kind of lullaby. It's her little way of making her fall asleep. Shame, she must be very warm. What's interesting though is when they pant like this, she's quite far away and she's in a very difficult spot, so we can't get a nice close-up view, but often if you look at their tongue, and you can see how far she is, and it's kind of eroded and you can't get anywhere near her. But if you look at her tongue when she's panting, often there'll be a lot of saliva that will be dripping from there, and it's why on very hot days these guys need a lot of water to just replenish and to rehydrate. And even though she's going to get moisture from the blood of that Ngala, she's going to need to drink. Now, she's spoiled for choice in this particular area because she has one of 3 water holes to choose from within, I would say, about 300 meters of her. So one is the big Gari Dam, the other is the little pump pan at Vuyatela Camp, and then there's a pump pan at Tobeta. Tobeta is probably the closest one for her to go to, but for those of you that like to watch the dam cam that we have here at WildEarth, then that's a place that you should look out for during the course of today. She might come for a drink at some point, given how warm it is, or even maybe this evening she might make her way that direction. But that's a very uncomfortable cat, that's for sure. So Lulu, water is not necessarily going to cool her down. Water would hydrate her, but it's not going to act as a cooling process. It's not like us that, we'll go and get cold water from the fridge or put ice in it or whatever the case may be. But if when you're very, very hot and you drink water that's been sitting in the sun, it doesn't really cool you down, does it? It in fact is pretty horrible when it's very warm. And so that's not going to help at all. She needs the process of evaporation to take place to cool her down. So that panting is the most effective form of cooling her down. That coupled with getting into deep shade is going to be far more beneficial than walking in the hot sun all the way to a waterhole to drink. That's only going to increase her body temperature because she's going to have to not only be in the sun, but she's going to actually have to walk there. So that's going to increase her temperature. So rather and better for her is to lie in the shade, rest, pant. That will help with the cooling, and she'll be able to maintain her body temperature. And then when the sun starts to come down a little bit and it gets cooler, then is a better time for her to go and find water and to go and drink. Now, in the summer months, generally in this particular area, is that it's rainfall months. And so even though it's much hotter in the summer, it's easier for her because she can find water very close by. So if this was summertime, where she is right now, there would be water in this little riverbed right where she is. So she would walk literally 5 meters and drink. So it's much easier for them in the summer, and they can cope with the heat of summer based off the fact that they find water easier and there's a lot more shade. We're at a situation now where most of the trees are not really at their healthiest. We're right at the end of the winter, and so most of them don't have a thick foliage structure. But as summer comes on, all of this area that we're in now would be covered in leaves, and the shade would be much thicker and denser, and therefore far more cooling, as well as the fact that the ground will be holding moisture. And so as there's a breeze coming, it often is a little bit cooler coming off of that ground. So that's how they cope. In places where you don't have shade and water, you won't really find big cats. The fur and then the ability to find shade, to have fur and then the ability to find shade is tantamount to their survival. So she's unfortunately just going to have to cope with being warm today, like we all will have to. So, Octogirly, we were discussing this earlier as to how panting cools the cat. So essentially what's happening is as this cat is breathing out, warm air from inside of the body is being expelled over the tongue. The tongue is covered in saliva, which is a liquid. Now, when hot air passes over liquid, it causes evaporation. So it turns that liquid into gas, and that process is evaporation is a cooling process. So if you ever find something that is hot and you pour water on it and you feel the steam that will come off of it, that's basically the liquid cooling down and turning into a gas and then cooling the surface that you've poured it on. And so that's what's happening, is the surface of her tongue is then cooling, the blood inside the tongue is then being pumped back through the body and cooling down her internal organs. So it's the basic science behind it. All right, well, she's, I think, prepping to have a really good nap. She's just grooming herself a little bit now, getting rid of any ticks. So we'll just sit with her and see, just in case maybe she moves again just now.
So we have a couple of elephant bulls that have come down to the water to have a drink. And what we're hoping for is, have you noticed all the birds that were flying from the right to the left? So there's a lot of red-billed quellias in the area, and those are those massive flocks of birds that you see flying past. Now, what these elephants might be doing is, because it is warming up, and today I'm sure it's going to be a really warm day, is that they'll eventually flick water onto their backs. You can see the one off, like with his trunk wrapped around his tusk, on the forehead it looks like there's already some mud. So he's probably been having a drink and then flicking the mud onto its back. And I'm sure this one that we can see right in front that has just grabbed some water now drinking, later on he'll also flick and cover himself up with a lot of mud. And why they do that is because, remember Tristan was saying earlier on how cats will cool themselves down, and with elephants the way that they cool themselves down is by flicking mud onto their backs, and with the wind blowing over them it helps to cool down even water. I won't even be surprised if, imagine these ones start moving into the water and they go for a little swim, which could be possible, especially as I mentioned today it feels like a really warm day. There's another elephant bull left of where these are, and it might be that some of the mud on his back already started hardening, and he's actually going to give himself a rub against one of the trees. See right there. Now he is quite far off, so we're going to try and see. Oh, he just left the trees now, making his way back. So there's a tree behind them. He was actually scratching up against that tree. So if you hear a whistling sound in the background, that is the wind blowing over the vehicle. It just shows you how hard this breeze is blowing. You can also see where the elephant is now. Look at the ripples in the water. The wind's blowing from the elephants towards us. These they do. So elephants actually have these very flat teeth that looks like grinding stones. And what's interesting though is when an elephant dies, eventually it dies because of malnutrition, because the teeth, it has 6 sets of teeth that grow out every 10 years. It's pushed from the back of the mouth. And eventually, when the teeth are worn down, the elephant is not capable of really chewing and digesting its food properly. And eventually from there on dies of starvation. Those teeth are really important. And sometimes you'll notice when elephants pick grass, or maybe especially grass, if they pick grass and there's a lot of sand on it, they often hit the grass against it just to get rid of the sand, because of course the more sand that's in there, the more it starts grinding down those teeth. But it looks like these grinding stones, or maybe flat discs that is very capable of chewing and crushing grass, branches, leaves, berries, fruit. And you'll often see with elephant bulls, particularly when they get kicked out of the herd, they join together and form these bachelor herds. So it's a group of elephant bulls that are together. And often, the older they get, so if they get to past a certain age, so normally you start seeing it from around about 45 years onwards, is then they become more solitary, so you'll see them all by themselves. But when they tend to be younger, before that age, the younger ones would often join up with the older elephant bulls that would act as a mentor to them. But I think from now on, they might be here for the next little while, so we'll continue Gert and I and see if maybe there's some other animals that we can find.
All right, beautiful. So we'll find our giraffe. Now, these are far from the water hole, not like the elephants we're attempting to drink. So here we're looking at looks like the middle one is a female and the young one on the right. And as you can see, but easy animal to tell from different distances that which one you're looking at, which male or female. But this young one is a young male. Could tell that their horns grow still a little bit of hair on top, but their bald is going to develop as that this young one grow. But that big female you'll see she still have a lot of hair on the top of their horn. So this is how you can tell from the distance that this is the female. Look how these are actually the tallest animals, and they prefer feed on very top trees, tall trees. Looks like a male on the left as well. Just can't see him very well. But yeah, definitely it's a male in the background. But you can just try focus through these brushes. You can see the top of the horn, it's already balled up. And the female's just walking across to the other side. You're just gonna probably follow one another. So there's another one right in the far back. So what they is now called chain of giraffe. So chain of giraffe now is a collective of these animals together like this. We're looking at them more than one animal. And this is how they will get around. It's more they feel comfortable moving around in this kind of very open area like this. And of course it's a high ground, but they have to look for shoots of the leaves and feed on this. It's already starting to, some trees flowering, as you can see those. That's what these animals are after. But it will come to a time when they'll go down and drink. And this is when they need it. But I'm not sure, you see, the water now is not far from here. I mean, it's another like maybe a kilometer down, but probably they have drank or not. So if that's the case, they don't have to drink every now and then. So they need anything like maybe 30 liters, 35 liters of water, and they move on again. They might drink again. So, but at night, this is where they'll just find Jazzy, you want to know what type of these trees they're feeding on. So this is a high ground, and this is called Elijah fruited bush willow. It's type of Combretum family like, ladywood family kind of. But yeah, it's called Elijah fruited bush willow trees. It's, if then they move down to a ravine, and that's where they will be feeding on kind of a type of thorny trees. And this is your acacia trees, and look, these are now zebra there. So looking at the whole two different species of animal together, we've been seeing this quite often happen when the giraffes there, zebras there, and this is that's what they want for their own safety. See how the giraffe walks or closer together but feeding. When it comes to feeding, it's no kind of competition. So, and males are not territorial. So it happens here. You would find maybe 3 males, 4 males, and then they all just control these situations where the dominant males there, and then it's always whoever's around. If it's a female, she's on estrus, ready to mate. Any males around, even the dominant is not around, then it's a mounting happening. But if it's a dominant around here, definitely you will push that weakest male out of the way, and he carry on with his business. So it's a beautiful combine of the animals here. We're just gonna go down to the waterhole there, see what is there. Leave them.
Welcome back to ANBEYOND Phinda. Welcome back to ANBEYOND Phinda. Welcome back to ANBEYOND Phinda.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes we get some technical challenges, and I'm sure those gremlins will be sorted as quickly as possible. But on a brighter note, I have such a huge herd of buffaloes here and keeping me very busy. Unlike when it gets very warm and they slow down, they're moving, and as usual, you can see the cattle egrets with them. But what I want you to look is the magical charm, the scenery of the Masai Mara. Seeing the interrelationship between these animals and the birds, and the very iconic balanites of the shepherd trees of the Masai Mara and the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, the openness of the savanna habitat, the tree lines, the hills in the backdrop. It makes the Masai Mara ever, ever beautiful. Long time ago, I used to call buffaloes wild cows. Of course, I was still young. Similar, though not very related. But they have so many things they share in common. In terms of diseases, the background there you can see a herd of elephants. Diseases I'm talking about, we have seen either buffaloes infecting the cattle if they happen to venture near the villages with the diseases like foot and mouth, sometimes the bovine TB or anthrax. But it has also been claimed the cows do the same. So we'll always try and make sure there's quite a defined boundary between these two different species of animals, and they do not crisscross each other's territory, because apart from the diseases they might bring to the cows, they have been known to be very dangerous animals. Hello. You do not want to trust buffaloes. I have a friend of mine who I've been guiding for so very many years. He's more of a ranger than a guide. And he would tell me, you know what? I am going to walk in the middle of this herd of buffaloes from one end to the other. Without a gun, without a spear, without a machete, nothing, not even a club. And he would. One time he walked through a herd of about 1,000 buffaloes. I was still very young then. That's when I was learning what buffaloes are made of, especially the males. But he told me, a lone buffalo, he would not even come out of the car, even with a gun. And I kept telling him it doesn't make sense what he was telling me. And along the way, I have known solitary, old bulls, even with a gun, even not careful, very easily for them to bring you down. You notice they're moving in a particular direction, and we have always said buffaloes got democracies within them, and in this herd that I'm estimating to be about 300 or so, they may slow down as it warms up, sit and start regurgitating, chewing the cud. But when it will cool off and they'll be ready to move, the biggest group or the biggest number of the buffaloes, the direction they will go is where everybody else will go. And once that starts, we'll get the lead female, because in general, they're always led by a female. She will lead the herd in a particular direction. And where we are not very far from some springs of water, where I'm sure after spending a few hours here eating, they'll go and have a drink. As just like cows, we know buffaloes also drink a lot of water. But I want to move down in this particular direction, because in the background there, those trees I want to show you now, I got a feeling, see those trees? Exactly, that's right, Bungay is the gentleman on the camera. A friend of mine hinted to me he had some alarm calls there, and there's a possibility of some lions in those trees.
Well, we've got 2 or 3 actually, very special birds that we don't see very often. Unfortunately, they're drifting quite quickly away from us, which is the nature of what they do. But these are white-headed vultures. Now, white-headed vultures are not birds that we see very often at all. It seems to be a sort of breeding pair, a male and a female that is flying together. And unfortunately, like I say, because of the thermals and the heat, they're riding those thermals quickly and they're being pushed further and further away from us at a rate of knots. But it's a special bird to see. It's not one, like I say, that is all that often seen in this area, and you can see how they're kind of just looping around one another. I wonder if they maybe aren't nesting somewhere in this area. I haven't seen them for a while, but we did have a pair last year or the year before that we were nesting on a property to the south of us. So I wonder if these guys aren't nesting on this side this year. Beautiful, beautiful birds. Now, I said it's a male and a female. You might be wondering how you tell male and female. So how I remember it is quite simple, is that if you look at the female, she's going to have really big white kind of armpits, if you want to call it that. So she's got these broad white lines that run on either side of her body. And then the male has white underneath, but it's not those big broad lines that run on either side. He's just got 2 little white lines that run along his wings. So how I remember that is that I always think of male and female, and that women shave their arms or their armpits, and so you end up with a kind of clean white, and then men generally have hair under their armpits, and so theirs is dark. And that's how I remember it. It's a silly way to remember it, but it helps because sometimes you start to forget all of these things. Unfortunately, they're now just dots on the horizon because they have drifted so far away. That's very cool to see them. They're, anytime we see vultures is a good thing. Unfortunately, their numbers are all declining quite rapidly and becoming scarcer these days, which is very, very sad. They're obviously an important part of our ecosystem. All right, well, our vultures have drifted away, so we're also going to drift away and see what else we can find.
Oh, we've found some dolphins, or perhaps they're manatees, or maybe whales. I can't really tell at this moment. Oh no, wait, it's elephants. Having the best play ever. We knew they'd come and swim. Well, I had a feeling anyway. Such a hot day. Nothing better they would rather do. And they've got a whole audience of spectators. There's at least 8 other elephants around the waterhole, as well as about 100 impalas. It's actually a very beautiful sight right now. It's absolutely stunning. So you see there's a whole massive herd of impalas coming down to drink. All of them coming down to drink now. It's coming to the hottest part of the day. Oh, we've got more elephants going into the water. Oh, it's all happening. It's all happening. It's crazy time. You know, when if you've got a pet, there's always this moment when they go a bit crazy. Call it the zoomies. The elephants have got the zoomies at the moment. See them all clashing their tusks and having a good play. So this is playful behavior. Remember, they're very heavy animals, so when they have to practice the fighting and all those kind of things, doing it in the water is often the best way to do it, where they don't hurt each other, because now the body weight is suspended and the movements are a little bit slower than they would normally be. Look at those very sharp tusks. These are young bulls, so you can see their tusks are not very broad or thick just yet, so it's actually quite dangerous for them. They do have to be relatively careful. They don't often hurt themselves too badly when they're just practicing and playing like this, but in a serious fight it can be quite aggressive, and elephants have killed each other before in a serious fight. These are just playing though. They're not going to be causing each other any major concern. There's no reason for them to fight, really. Practice, yes. Real fight, no. There's no females here, and they're too young to breed anyway, so it's unlikely to happen. Look, there's a couple of geese coming to investigate. What on earth are you elephants doing? You're creating all these ripples. It's actually quite good for the geese. They might actually be there right now to catch any insects or frogs that are disturbed by the elephants frolicking in the water there. Just hear the sound of their tusks clashing underwater. There's another elephant, looks like it wants to join. Doesn't really know how to join in though. Oh, there's a whole lot of elephants that are actually about to head into our camp as well, including a very big elephant bull. Well, how are we going to deal with this? Oh, you can hear it. Okay, well, let's just listen for a moment to the sounds of these elephants splashing about in the water. There's the fourth elephant. He wants to come join, doesn't really know how. So, I can't remember who it was. Someone was asking a few days ago, how deep is the water hole? How shallow will it get? As you can see there, still deep enough to almost completely submerge an elephant when it lies on its side. Plenty deep enough. It's not going to dry out before the next rains. Oh, snorkel. That's how it's breathing underwater. That's so cool. So elephants can breathe even while they're completely submerged just by sticking the tip of their trunk out. Wow, that's incredible. It's like a submarine. These elephants are going to probably be here for quite some time. There's 2 Ngala that have arrived now amongst the impalas. It's all, once one animal starts to come to the waterhole, all the animals start to come to investigate the waterhole, because now they know it's probably quite safe. It's relatively safe to be at the waterhole. There's too much activity for there to be a lion coming down. And if there was a lion coming to the waterhole, all these animals would almost certainly spot it before it had time to cause any major concern. Warthogs are running around in the background. See, it's caught the elephant's attention. See how they hold their ears out like that? That's amazing. Now you can hear that. Tusks jousting. Also uses a lot less energy when they're in the water like this. Butterfly, dam party it is. It is it's a pool party of epic proportions. I mean, when I'm on holiday, go somewhere with a bunch of friends, this is basically a reenactment of every day. Just swimming and splashing and just a lot of fun. So this is what I always say to people when I'm watching elephants playing in a water like this. There's absolutely no real reason for them to be this active in the water, splashing about everywhere, other than playful. If they were just trying to cool off, that happened a long time ago. They're just having a lot of fun. And you can see the elephants. There's elephants all over. There's some in our camp, some on the dam wall on the right playing, a bunch of elephants in the water. So there's our camp over there, as you can see. There are elephants all over. There's one big one right at the back there, right by where our braai area is, or the meeting area. That's that huge elephant which had only one tusk. I don't know if you saw him. He's busy eating on the boer bean right inside of our camp. And there's another couple that are busy feeding on the boer beans closer to us. A lot of elephant activity all around here, and that's one of the things we love about the eco training camp here at Indlovu Dam. The fact that there's always interactions with animals happening all around us. It's always amazing. So I'm just going to watch these elephants now. They are going to be staying in this dam for quite some time. We always have to, let the students know to always be alert and be aware. And actually, the learning curve for the students is incredible, because they really get to see these interactions up close. They get to know how to deal with animals in camp and how to avoid confrontations and all sorts of stuff. So it's almost like an accelerated learning phase, which we really love about this camp. The elephants are starting to... More and more elephants coming to the water. Some the elephant bulls that were in camp are now chasing away the impala. So look at this. There's also probably going to be some mounting that happens. Elephants also practice the mounting, the male elephants. Oh, never mind. I'm just moving you over so I could get deeper in the water. Well, this is a spectacular morning. It's been absolutely amazing. I think we've seen some really, really great stuff. Leopards and lions and elephants in the water. Hopefully this is going to bring us an amazing afternoon as well. Thanks everyone for joining us. Join us again this afternoon at 3 o'clock for more action.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.